Hello, everybody. Uh, I've changed some things, and my microphone might be a little too loud, so let me just turn that bad boy down a little bit. Yeah, how's that? How is that? Oh, never change Muddy. I won't. Thank you. Thank you, Splurge. Fuck, Jesus. Alright, we're Dan, literally here. Hello, Jantha. Hello, Dan. Dan, don't change your color, change it back, please. Hey Griffin, how we doing? Zuna. Jess, why the fuck did you subscribe? Thank you. No. Yeah, Marty does smell. Pass it on. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. Um, but yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Jessica. You didn't need to. Splurge, how we doing? Ah, fuck. Yeah, okay, what's up? Yeah, okay, is microphone a little bit too loud? I can turn it down a little bit. Holy shit, Chip, shut the fuck up. He's meowing up a storm. Also, I got a bit of fluff here. That's exciting. Why yell at our child? Because he's meowing for no reason. Zero reason for him to meow. Zero. Now he's coming out here. Oh, no. Why rude to Chippers? No, it's because feed the poor boy. Dan, it's 5. Chip, don't even think about it. You can sniff it. The drink has bubbles in it. You don't like bubbles. You better stay away. Cat's being out. He's not starving, Dan. Thank you. He's had treaties today. He's had a lot of attention. Hey, sleeping Jam Jam. Hello. How you doing? Welcome in. My cat meowing at me too, but it's because I'm sitting at the computer and she doesn't like that. Yeah, I have a feeling that Chip doesn't like. Why are you sniffing the? Don't bite the microphone. Don't lick the microphone. You okay, bud? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling he just doesn't like me being at the I'm not in Twitch at a wedding. That would be antisocial. Hey FP, how you doing? Yeah, no, I don't have closed captions. And I don't know sign language. So I'm not yelling at the cat. Splurge, no. I like it when he bites your ankle. Dan, fuck off. Oh. Also, you see closed CC? Okay. Uh, I went through some clips last night. When I say last night, this morning at 2:30, and I was going through some clips. One of them was, I think, me telling Dan to fuck off in it. And it was about sucking a pig from Chrysol. And anyway, I told Dan to fuck off in it, and I've had a bunch of comments everywhere. I put on TikTok and YouTube, and it's people like, this is hilarious, lol. And then you get the classic, what game is this? But yeah, Dan. There's a it's literally me and it just being like, fuck off, Dan, because I think I said don't clip it and you clipped it. So I was saying that to that. So, oh my god, these CCs are great. Fuck, are they? 88th, literally. Well, okay, I'll turn it down. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry. I've moved. I got a low profile, low profile microphone arm because the previous one was going over and it was here, but it was too far away from me. Anyway, low profile, and the mic is now, yeah, inches from my mouth hole. So, uh, if it gets too loud, I might turn it down a squidge more because it looks like I'm just talking normally and it's kind of getting into the yellow, which sounds bad. My God. Dan, fuck off. Oh my God. Inches from mouthful 7. So what I'm hearing is ASMR Marty action is possible. Yes. Yes, if you want ASMR Marty, you can have that, but I don't think anyone wants that. That sounds gross. Surely. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Yeah, but you wake up at 3 a.m. to Marty whispering. It's true, she does. Feel like your music is the same level or louder than your voice. Turn yourself up or music down a pip. Okay, music down 2 decibels. Yeah, no, it's really hard to wake up, Zuno. Uh, I've tried doing it without startling her, and I'm just like, "Wake up, hey!" And there's just nothing. So I feel like I've got to get uh, a towel, put it over her head, and then get some water and just pour it on her. Fuck that emote. Sass is just the creator that just keeps on giving. You know. uh. All right. Yes, I don't actually have an idea of. There's a few games. That's a lie. There's a few games that I was kind of thinking about playing today. It just depends on what we're feeling. Are we feeling a bit cozy, a bit cruisier? Or we could. I've never played Silent Hill 2, and I've been waiting to do that on stream. I have that. Um, fuck. Speedrun RE9 for the 5th time. Zuna, you joke about that, but I could do it. I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the stream, though. That'll take a couple hours. So, actually, do it again. Do it again. I do want to do it on insane mode. I want to complete it in insane mode, and that's a thing that I want to do. But I'm not sure if I want to do that on stream or not because it's it's hard, and I just don't want it to be like a 20-hour stream of me just trying to, I don't know, do it in insane mode. Oh my God, don't, mate. What, Dan? What? Come at me with this, mate. Ugh. Okay. No, that doesn't. Griffin, no, that's not here. Uh, Also, fun fact: if you are a subscriber, you have access to some new emotes that have been made by the amazing Danger Dan 86. So there's only a couple of them there, but yeah, thank you, Zuno. I started up RE1 on the PlayStation 1, and holy shit, the inventory slots. I've never played RE1. I think I'm just waiting for a remake, like a remake in the new engine. But I've seen things, and they scare and confuse me a little. So, yep. Dan, they're really cute. Thank you so much for putting them together as well. And as yeah, there. at the end of the day, all I really wanted, I wanted you to really like them as well. So, yeah, that's why when you were like, "Are these good?" I'm like, yeah, but are you happy with them? Because I know at the end of the day, like, if you're not happy with them, you know, uh, Dan, they look good, great, good to see the Rage one worked out. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm really happy with all of them. Dan is a great artist. It's like $7 too. Yeah, okay. I haven't actually looked at the sale at the moment. I concur. Black coffee that includes the conclusion that sells anything. Sorry, are you okay? I concur. Black coffee that includes the conclusion that sells anything. What are we basing that off of? Where's that going? Where's that going? It's the Boo one does look cute. I think there's room for improvement seeing them on mobile, but as long as you're happy with them. Dan, I am. But I also think anything you do, like the final one, would be cool. So if you want to do some changes, go ahead. But I'm more than happy with these ones as well. Um, yeah, I really, at the end of the day, I really want you just to be happy with them as well. So there's that. But that's just me, you know? You'll find out at some point, maybe if Zuna's nice to you, or you check the Discord. Oh, what are these closed captions? What the hell? What are these? What are these closed captions? Fucking hell, man. Um, Me nice. I'm always nice. Zuna, that's a lie, and you know it. This one looks the most like me. Yes, that is me. That is no one else, just me. These literally seem like they're OBS default because how wrong they. Yeah, I haven't set up any, so it's pretty crazy that this already happens. I think I asked on this or another stream, which is the best Resident Evil to start if you've never played any. Uh, oh, I think any of the remakes are pretty good. I look, I started really with Resident Evil 7 when that came out. And then I played Village, and then I played the remake of 2, and then I've got halfway through the remake of 4, and then I've played Requiem. But I think if you were to start at 7 or 8, the yeah, I think these later ones are pretty good with playing them in any order. Although 7 and 8 are kind of linked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can skip 3 as well. I have 3. I've never wanted to play it. I think I got it cheap ages ago and I just I just haven't. So 3 is very good too. Dan, the remake or the original? Because to my understanding that the remake cut out a lot of content. I think they're all on sale at the moment. Yes, they are. Yeah, on Steam, they've got the Resident Evil or Capcom sale going on as well for the spring sale as well. But they're all rather cheapish. The OG, yeah, 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 yeah. They did the remake pretty dirty from what I have seen, comments I have seen, cutting out a lot of content and all sorts. So oh, I thought you took your But yeah, switch 2 into the bedroom. Zuna's been somewhat not obsessed, hard to rip away from the screen with Pacopia. You've fluffed your beard again. Oh my god. Where does this come from? Thank you, Splurge. Pacopia. I just put put it down for a bit. Yeah, yeah. Zuna's been playing it all morning. I'm surprised she's not playing it now. Tank controls are hard to get back into, but once you get used to them, they're good. Tank controls? Tank control in 3? In 1 original. Oh, I needed a small break. I've been playing it since 9 a.m. Yes, yes, you have. I've been looking at Switch 2 deals the last 2 days. Stupid Pokemon. Yeah, so we've been talking about getting a Switch 2 for a while now, but we were like, there's nothing really that's kind of wanting or that we want to really play. And then Picopia came out, and Zuna said, I need to get it. So Zuna got one. Zuna got a Switch 2 and then got Picopia. So, and then, we got the Mario Kart World edition of it, so we got that as well. And that was pretty fun. Been destroying Marty and Mario Kart. Fucking hell, Zuna. Holy shit. I was gonna say that nicely, but yeah, you've been wrecking me. You've been wrecking me. Just play Dragon Quest Builders. The OG games with the directional arrows instead of joys. You're still talking about Res Evil, right? Yeah. I don't think I've got any of the original ones on Steam, actually. Can I punch Pikachu? Splurge, why would you want to punch Pikachu? There's so many more annoying Pokemon that you could punch, except for Pikachu. uh, W Zuna, hell yeah, Zuna, whatever. Claim it on the business, for the night shift too. Well, fun fact, Danger Dan, because I'm in the industry for my professional job, I can claim it on tax for that too. So I can claim kind of everything, hardware, and like obviously for my own work too. So uh, computer parts, games, consoles, console games, controllers. They've been pretty good. We got I got the I'm a sucker for a cool controller, but I've got the Doom Xbox one. This was my first Xbox controller, by the way. Pretty fucking good. And then we got a Helldivers 2 PlayStation controller, and then the OG PS1 PlayStation 5 controller as well. So, and then I got to that point, I'm like, fucking hell, that's a lot of controllers. So I've stopped getting controllers because I don't know, I have nowhere to put them at the moment. They're all kind of just there. Oh, Jess, which one do you have? The PS1 style controller? I think yeah. The I'm actually super curious about all of the PlayStation One style everything, like the PS5 cover and what else did they do? They did the controller. I swear they did something else. Was it the VR? Anyway, but I think I'm glad that they brought this back as well because they brought they did one round of it and it obviously like sold out immediately, and then a few months later we got that one, so we got another round, and I was like immediately yes please. That's like me and keyboards. Yeah, I do need a keyboard. I've got a stupid Razer keyboard at the moment, and I it was my first wireless keyboard, and it's somewhat good, but the battery life in both that and the Razer mouse just sucks. So I need to do some research and find a good wireless keyboard. I think Zuna, you've got a nice wireless keyboard, although yours is a 60% keyboard. You got like a half, right? I read that as numpty, and I was confused. 75%, yeah. Keychron got me all heated up at the moment. It's close to pulling the trigger. Yeah, so when we went down to PAX last year, Dan, and we went to the Keychron booth, I spent a good time going around that, being like, fuck, do I just do it? Do I not? Because I really like having a numpad, especially for dev work as well. But also just work, fucking Excel sheets and all of that. And all of the ones down there that were full didn't really speak to me. So I think I've just got to look around a little bit. But the Keychron ones were nice. Oh, I do need to check out Newfie as well. Newfie? New. Yeah. Corsair have done me well so far. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hmm. I haven't really looked at Corsair keyboards. So, yeah. Need to go back to full size though. The 70% is just a bit not for me. I have two, by the way. Do you have two 70% or one 70% and one full? The 95% aren't bad with a numpad, not full size. How big is a 95? Are you shaving off one or two key spaces? Does it not have the arrow keys? 270s. Yeah, okay. Would you just have 170 and then thanks Griffin 5% smaller? Thank you. Fuck. Um, Dan, would you keep 170 and get a full size, or would you replace both with full sizes? Fucking hell, Griffin. I knew it was coming. No, not really, Jess. Sorry. I have multiple of various sizes, just different switches because I like the clacky, thocky goodness. Yeah, I originally did like the very clicky ones, uh, but I think now I'm just going for yeah, like that thocky stuff, but it's not loud, not like a clacky one, I guess. More of a silent thock. 70 was beautiful when I was coding, but for gaming streaming, I need full size and different switches. These are too bouncy. Yeah, a nice thock. Oh fuck! I don't know why they got me. Don't know why it got me. Super clicky keyboards would destroy my brain. Yeah. So yeah, I was just about to say. So my previous one was real clicky, and it sucked. And I just didn't have a chance to get a new one. But yeah, I had it for a while, and it was not good. I'm taking my clicky into my new shared hot desk office. Perfect, Dan. Do it. And then they'll realize how shit your this new hot desk situation is going to be, and then everyone will get their own space or work from home. Surely. Surely. You can do it, I believe. I had to take my super clacky keyboard into the office to upset everyone and make space for another keyboard here. Perfect. I'm going to be super ungovernable. Dan, you're pretty ungovernable now, honestly. Dan the Office Menace. I think you could just remove Office and then Dan the Menace. Dan the Menace. Oh, he's over there. Okay. How are you going anyway, mate? Yeah, I take that really aggressive, by the way. Going well today. Going well. I'm a little bit tired. A little bit tired, but I really wanted to stream. I really wanted to stream. I got I've kind of been spoiling myself. Okay, two things. Shouldn't be spoiling myself or ourselves really because we're moving soon. Hello, Rolkus. How you doing? Welcome in. We shouldn't be spoiling because we are moving house mid June, late June, late June, late June, and we're very excited. But yeah, we're spoiling ourselves a little bit at the moment. So I got myself, as I said before, a low profile mic arm. So that's why mic sound might sound a little bit better or louder. But I also got myself a Stream Deck Plus with an XLR dock at the back because I've got an XLR mic coming on the way, and then I'm going to move my the low profile arm on this side, and then have a XLR mic. So excited for that. No, not the new mic yet. No, this is still the same mic, just in a better place. So that's why it might sound a little bit louder or a little bit clearer. I don't know. Hey Taters, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, bud. It's always good to see you. Because I still hear the wobbly audio. Just wasn't going to mention until you got new one in case it's something else. Yeah, no. So it's still going to be pretty much the exact same. Might be. I'm hoping it's a little better because it is right in front of me and not elsewhere. Yeah. But yes, no. Hoping the new mic would be good because it's a XLR. It's my first dynamic one. So, but I still hear it between different channels a bit. Okay, that's might be because it's not directly in front of me. Maybe it's a little bit off to the. So on the mic, it's on the camera, it's here, and I am speaking, I guess, this way. So if I turn a little, maybe. Don't worry about it until you. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much, gent. Though, not gonna worry too much. Got to lurk, little sploogles, getting rowdy. Splurge, thank you. Thank you for lurking. Go lurk, do what you need to, look after little splooges. Sploogles? Sploot. I don't know. I don't know how that's I don't know how that sounds. Little splooges? No. Little sploogles. Splurgles? Ugh. Yeah, there has to be a better way to say this. Has to be. Has to be, Dan. But I don't know. I think other people than you and I, better people, will figure it out. So yeah, I don't actually. Dan, I just fucking hydrated, dude. Thank you, Dan. More. Did you want me to piss on stream? Because I'll do it. Go piss. No, I don't. Thanks, Jessica. I don't need to piss, Rolkus. It's all I want. Dan, you want me to piss on stream? Interesting. You got fluff on your. Where the fuck does it come from? Has it been there the entire time, or does it just land on me? It's in the air. Has to be. I'm doing little beard checks every now and then as well, just to make sure it's not just like randomly. I'm pretty sure when I was eating something yesterday, every time I ate something, I could feel a little bit of fluff with each like it was a different bit of fluff each time, and I was just I just couldn't I couldn't I couldn't find it. I tried, and I just kept on doing it. So I don't know, but yeah, it's in the air. It is in the air. Uh, all right. So yeah, I have a couple ideas on what to play. I've got we've had a suggestion from Zuna about doing a speed run of RE9. Or there's Silent Hill 2. First time playing Silent Hill 2 will be the remake. Or we could do some cozy games. Oh my god, Mandy, hello. Welcome on in. You doing? Yeah, Zuna, chuck it in a vote if you want. We'll do a vote. I'm not sure if where we'll go with it, but yeah. Chuck insane speedrun or whatever of RE9 and uh bye Janther, get out of here. Go lurk. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you. Um Also, sorry, this song is a banger. If anyone here enjoys good TV and hasn't seen Andor, watch Andor. Watch it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, so got a couple options. Just looking at my oh fuck. Or there's Chronos the New Dawn that I started. I've played for 2 hours and I haven't gone back to it. Or I could finish Death Stranding. I could I could finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Fuck, that's a massive game. Holy shit. Fuck, what else is there? I watched a fair bit of Chronos and wasn't overly impressed. I played it for I think this 2 hours or almost 3 hours. I was super keen on it, and when I played it, I wasn't impressed at all. No, especially that the marketing for it was like, oh, it's gonna be the new Dead Space, or this is the spiritual successor of Dead Space, kind of thing. Obviously, it's not the same story. It's got none of the same story or whatever. Devs, and it's going to be super scary, and it wasn't. It wasn't. It didn't grab me. Didn't grab me, and I think one day I might go back to it and play, but I don't know. I think I've got to be in that mood to do that. So yeah, it did have the potential to be. It really did. And then I don't think the performance issues at the start when it launched, I don't think that helped. I think I crashed a bunch of times in one of the earlier areas. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Fuck, I'm just having a look at some of these games. Dan, you know what? I think a game that you would really enjoy, and it was developed in New Zealand, I believe, is Abiotic Factor. Dan, don't invite me to How to Train Your Cock. I've had that up all day. Had it up all day. I've been training. My cock's tired from training. You've heard of that? Yeah. So it's. Oh my god. Hello, Chip. Hello, Chip. Hello, Chip. So it's basically very heavily inspired by Half Life. Uh, Half Life, and it's got survival. It's multiplayer as well. So, oh my god, Chip, what are you doing? What are you doing? What's up? Yeah, you look really pretty there, but I don't know what you're actually doing. Danger smells, so I gotta go. Don't brush your head on the mic because you're gonna push it away, and then people won't hear me. We're good. Hello. He's been pretty cute all day, actually. There you go. Why? Why? Wait. Why is it Christmas themed? Why is what Christmas themed? What are you talking about, Dan? Can't just be saying words. Not chippy. He's off. Abiotic factor. Yeah, it's not Christmas themed. What are you talking about? What are you on about? It's not Christmas themed. And I'll see if interesting. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. This one? This one's not Christmas themed. What are you talking about? This is there's like snowy areas. Yeah. I think you the first video was candy canes and shit. Oh. Maybe it was for a Christmas update. I didn't watch the video. So but yeah, no, the this one I highly recommend. I've played it for a little bit actually, almost 50 hours. And yeah, I recommend it. Recommend it. I've only really touched the surface on it. So you want to add it to the poll? Uh oh man. I don't know. I don't know if I feel like Abiotic Factor. Fuck. It is good though. No, don't chuck it on there. Don't chuck it on there. I haven't got to the other vid yet. What's on the poll? Okay, we'll chuck RE9 on there. We'll chuck Silent Hill 2. Um, and then maybe Cozy Game? Just Cozy Game. And I don't think there's anything else I have. Oh, and Chrysol. I still need to finish that. I was thinking about playing that today as well, but I don't know. Whistle. Got it. Thanks, Una. Yeah. But how's everyone's day going? For some of you, it's almost over. Send it. Send it, Zuna. Megapunk. No. Zuna. Two of these isn't even a thing that I said. Little misfortune? Excuse me? Zuna. I have the power. Alright. If you haven't... Oh my god, sorry. If you haven't seen it, Zuna has put a poll in for what do we play. Fuck, who voted Little Misfortune? Oh, shit. Do I had... Oh, I've got it because it's on your fucking library. Ah, shit. Oh, it's gonna be a fucking tie. Look at this. Zuna, what are we gonna do for a tie? What do we do? No, it's not a tie anymore. Hey, Lily, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I actually completely forgot about Little Misfortune. I remember, Zuni, you didn't like it, did you? Because it was more of a puzzle game, or you thought it was weird. Anyway, no, I loved it. What game then am I thinking that you didn't like then? Shit. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Danger Dan contributed 100 channel points. What? When is that a thing? What is that? Danger Dan contributed 100 points. I don't know. I changed my vote. Oh. Oh, did you have to spend channel points to change your vote, did you? Oh, didn't know you could do that. No, that's alright, Jess. That's alright. My eye drops for my dry eyes are fucked, and the cat peed on our bed while we were both asleep, so I woke up at 3 to 4 a.m. to my partner saying, Zeka pissed on the bed, get up so I can change it. Classic. Those classic cats, you know, pissing on beds. Sounds like cat. Oh, you could multiple vote time. Oh. You sure it wasn't your partner? Look, if I pissed the bed, I'd blame Chip. Alright. And now I've been asking her all day, why did you pee on us? Yeah. And sadly, you'll just never get the answer either. Alright. Fuck. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Ooh. Okay. Please change Boston's song. No. No. I won't. I won't ever change. It's got 20 seconds left. I can't stay for RE9, but I'll be back in 2 hours and 35 minutes. That's a very precise time, Dan. That's very precise. Scotch, of course we can play Boston, man. Hang on. Give me a sec. Done. Just for you, Scotchy. Nothing's playing, Zuna. Chip's freaking out because the game's compiling shaders and all the fans are going and it's real cool. Oh. So if you're not following on Instagram, I recently installed an Arctic liquid freezer, all in one, and three of their fans, because my PC was hitting 90s on a uh, was hitting 90s pretty regularly, even when I was kind of like idle in a way. Or like not idle, I was doing things, but it shouldn't be at 90 degrees. So I installed, and it's fucking good. The idle wise, it never goes really over 40. Um, but then when it gets to like really CPU intensive, so like compiling shaders, it will just kind of go 100%. And because the all in one is just so cool, all the air that's coming out is cold as well, or somewhat cold. So it's nice compared to what I had before, where it would come through and it was just hot air being blown. Boo was watching you very curiously earlier. Why? Does Boo want to fight? I'll fucking fight Boo, Dan. I won't win, but I'll do it. How was the install? Easy enough? Yeah, look, there was a part where I did the mounting brackets on either side of the CPU, and then they were two separate parts. There was one for the left side and one for the right, and then there was a this main part that has the tubes coming to and from it. Had to connect the two sides, and that was very frustrating. But I did it, and I think it took about 10-20 minutes to actually get that bit done. But everything else was rather quick, rather smooth. And I use fan control as an application to do all my fans and do all of that. And they actually have their own curves for fan control. So I downloaded that, and it's I barely hear the computer on day to day. It's only when it's doing CPU things and it's getting a little bit hotter that I start to hear it. But no, it's everything about it, everything of these fans and the AOI, pretty good so far. I drew up and 3D printed a duct for my PC cooler so the hot air from it is pulled out instead of just being dumped in the case. Ooh, that's really cool. That's really cool. Oh shit, I think I changed them. Hang on. Damn. I'm still trying to get used to the using the buttons on the Stream Deck. I made fancy little icons for them, and I'm just trying to get used to pressing them rather than clicking out and going uh, into OBS. Lurk illy. Dan, appreciate you. Go lurk, boo. Do what you need to. Okay, well, I guess we're speed running in insanity. I guess I haven't done Mega RA9 run. Fuck. I haven't completed. Oh my god, no, music's still playing. Hang on. I can fix that. Done. Yeah. Easy.
It should be around here.
God, I hate when people just barge right by you. So I've seen some times, some runs, and I'm not sure if I agree with them. I understand why, and I understand that it's just a different type of run, but they actually cut out this bit.
Why am I even here?
They cut out... oh, thank you, Lily. What else did they cut out? It was this bit, or this section, Leon's first section. Yeah, and they start at Grace's, and then it cuts out the Orphanage as well. And these are kind of like times, and I think he got it to like an hour and a half on insanity mode. Yeah, and this is why, like, in my opinion, it should be included, because it's still part of the game. Otherwise, how do you know a backstory? Yeah, this is the thing. I guess, like, speedrunners, you don't really need to know. And they're just trying to cut out, I guess, the boring parts. But, I don't know. It's not a... In my head, it's not a proper speedrun. And I'm not really into... Like, I'm not even in the speedrunning stuff. Like, I just try and do it as quick as I can. And...
Shit.
I don't know. I just... It seems weird, but... I know it's part of a community that I'm not part of, so... They do what they want. Thankfully we can skip all the cutscenes. Even if we were to watch the cutscenes, they won't count to the end timer, I believe.
Stay close.
Stay close.
Mom, wait! Grace, come on, keep moving.
If I could skip these sections though, I would though.
Grace,
It's super boring.
Keep moving. Grace, come on.
I don't know. I think we were... Because this is a hotel. I think we were staying the night. We just don't know why.
Come on.
So... It's been a while since I've played. I'm a little rusty. I actually... I also didn't notice that the first time I played. I don't think I noticed the person walking past, and I believe it's Victor as well. No, not there just yet. Now this is the hotel in wherever we are, Boston or New York or Chicago or whatever. In. I thought I dodged it. So this guy basically kills you in one shot. To my knowledge, repeats don't. I can't even. I didn't even move. Fuck. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. Fuck. I don't think there's a... There shouldn't be a cooldown on that, but... Yeah. I only... What was it? 3 times just then?
Get away from me!
Yeah.
Oh, shit! Stay away!
Come on.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
So, the other thing as well is that the big old, the big blind, No. The, she's not blind. She doesn't like light. That one, she's actually faster in this.
Don't do anything stupid.
Me? Never.
I should grab that actually.
Whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
Gonna run this one a little bit slower, I believe, just
Get Wrenwood locked
because I want to get the points.
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Out of the way!
Fuck. Really just going for their heads, just because. No. Because basically, the more points I can get here, the easy. Oh. Easier it'll be for Grace when she gets the Requiem. I should grab you as well.
Oh, fuck. Let's make this quick.
Yep. A little bit longer than what I've usually done in this bit, but doing it for the points. Neat. Okay. All right, and then now with Grace. So many dead peeps. R.I.P. Big gun noise. Huge gun noise. Problemo. Still think that horse deserves a name. This one here. I'm surprised it doesn't have like a plaque on it already. Okay. Now there is a speedrun strat here that I can't do, and I'm not really going to do it here. She starts sooner. Yeah, she's definitely quicker in Insanity. Yeah, there's a strat in that bit where you hide in this corner here, and as she comes through, you kind of start, you come through, and it's, yeah, I haven't successfully done it. Come on.
This way, no, this way.
Gotta go fast.
Yes.
And there's a bit here as well, like if you aggro her, she comes here in quicker. And then there's a whole thing. Oh, okay. What we'll do is we'll just run back here. Can't do it. Up you go. That's right. Now this time, I think she's going to come down in the middle bit here. Yep. Gotta see. Yeah, run. Okay. Every time the light hits right, I'm like, that's good. Yeah, there's a lot in this that just looks really good too. Like the light on these floorboards, especially, are just beautiful as well. We found new glasses frames today. How exciting! Love glasses frames. When you find a good pair. Yep. Alright, now we're Leon. And now we've got to as well upgrade the Requiem.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all
These
undergoing
here.
experimental therapies developed by Dr. Giddy.
Okay. You. We need power. Add that one. And then There's stability. Yep. And then do. It's pretty good actually. We'll grab that. I'll grab that. Yep.
Experimental therapies.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's all very cutting edge.
I got to go to an
The
optometrist at some
facility
point
keeps a low
to
profile due to the
double
sensitive
check.
nature of the research.
or get double check.
Oh, I bet
Actually,
it
just
does.
a checkup. It has been a while, so. Another one here.
Nice.
Chip. What are you doing? Chip. No. Fuck. No, Chip. No. There you go. Chip, buddy. Can you stop trying to nibble the microphone? Stop.
Well, that went well.
So now we're up to Grace's first. I say Grace's first bit.
That bastard did it again.
Grace's big
things are
section,
moving.
right? A lot of backwards and forwards.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Yeah,
Will do.
yeah. It is funny though going back and watching that first run and having sped run this like a couple other times afterwards and just being like, oh yeah, at this time I would still be 10 sections ago, and now I'm kind of like, oh, I'm almost finished. Not saying I'm almost finished now, but like in those speed runs, it was definitely interesting. No, there we go. You.
Can't hurt to pick some, I guess.
So main thing here is to get this guy.
Jesus.
Nice. He's down. Gives me an antique coin. Perfect. Nope. Further on. You. So now I can get the We're good. Just don't worry about it. But the issue with Insanity as well is that you actually see blister heads earlier. So as we saw in Leon's part, we had a few blister heads. So if I can go for the head at the moment, this one is placed not here, and it is, I think it's just in here, isn't it? There it is. I don't know why I cancelled that. No, I need it. Gimme. Moon, sun, star, moon. Thank you. Grab you. Grab you. Now there is a doobie-dad here. Kablanger. We got the head, so that's good.
I hate this place.
And then we can chuck this one in here, actually. I wanted to combine. Thank you.
Perfect fit. Yes, I need two more.
And then we go back in. And you're just going to wake up. Need the arm.
Sorry about this.
Bet on red. So, I think last time we were betting, and we realized at the end that it was only a set numbers, but you can actually, we won't do it now just because I'm not 100% sure on what the deal is, but if you click, if you shoot, I think one of the numbers it'll land on, and it lands on it, then you get a coin. I think it's an antique coin, if I recall. Oh, so sad. No green. No green. Yep. And then we go for heads. Fuck. That was an arm. So he's probably going to come back. I don't need to pick up the antique coins either. But I will just in case. Huh. Really just stuck me in there. Fuck, move. Oh, I got it.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Easy. I think I was able to get a few shots off. Bunch of antique coins. Okay. And here. Head. 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 Okay. Easy. So I could do this with... I mean, if you choose to do this with no infinite ammo, I believe it takes 20 times as long, and it's also much, much harder. I want to be back there.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Ugh. Onwards. So this one is... Oh, fuck. That one. That one. That one? There we go. I wasn't 100% sure. So now I've got that card. Yes, now I need to go back over. And go into the garage. There we go. That's just enough. Yep, we're good. Fucking hell. What I'm not looking forward to is the basement. We grab this, and then we've got to... Actually, I don't have... the... What are you doing? Chippy. What are you doing? Don't be weird. I don't know where... I forget where I can get the... Where can I get the key for the thing? Shit. Come on, up to Daisy.
Why is it still... Give me a fucking break!
No way. What are you doing down there? I don't know. I'm being problematic.
Fuck!
Oh no, I grabbed the thing from in here. Never mind. Shh. That's what I need. Are any of these guys gonna? No. Okay. Might have been a blister head amongst them. Cool. I just gotta make sure I go back into that other room. The one that we just passed then. Because there is a hack in there for me. Yep. And in. Yep. There we go. Yep. So now we go put it in the body. And we go into the isolation unit. Isolation unit? Isolation ward. Okay, you. We put lungs in first, followed by the heart. And then
Of course it gets up.
you. For some reason I didn't think shooting him on the table would work. Yeah, so I didn't know that either. And then I saw a bunch of yeah, speedrunners. I think it was just one do it, and then I've just kind of done it every time since then, and it's just worked. So
This must be it. I can't tell which button's which. Braille.
cool. What are you doing? Get away from the cords, dude. Mill complains about freezer always being full and claims we use too much freezer space. 3 things. Also, my mill fills the entire already full freezer with no regard as to whether my partner or I need to buy any frozen groceries. Come on, what you doing? That was a weird feeling, wasn't it, bud? There we go. Yeah, well, that's yeah, a tricky thing to balance there, Lily. There wasn't anyone else, right? I think one of those will become blister heads when I come back with Grace. Emily. One of them wasn't quite a headshot. We can never get married, I've realized. What? Why? She complains that there's no space in the too deep raw freezer because of our 2 ice cream tubs and dino nuggies. When they have so much frozen meat that they haven't touched in the whole...
Hey,
That's fuck.
Why did they put you in?
Then I have a mother-in-law, your mother. Yeah. Okay, well. Yep.
There's some
Yeah, well,
buttons
that's...
with braille in them. Can you
No.
read them and then
Skip. I get it.
push the buttons in this order?
I don't know why those still pop up in
Moon.
insanity mode, right?
I have to keep it together.
Not married, but she's my mother-in-law because Kieran and I will end up married. Yep. Yep. Yeah, sadly, you can't choose family.
We're close now.
Yeah, there we go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Okay.
Here it is.
Barking blister heads, dude. Okay, so there's a couple over there and there's one in here. And then one of them will turn into a blister head.
What is that?
Don't worry about it. Alright. And then this is just timed, so... Basically, you could not kill anyone in this room. But then I think after a certain amount of time, this just opens up.
Grace? I'm here.
Or it might be... once you've killed all of them as a zombie and not a blister head.
This is all my fault.
Can you... Come on. What? I don't know what his fascination is with the cords at my computer.
Glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
So here we will do power, and we will do that. I can't put one on there, not yet.
Yeah, Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Don't. As that is whiskers. All right. Wait, the fuck? How are we already here? Oh, he's not down.
Felt out.
One more. He's doing a roll. Ooh. Fucking hell. Yep, we're good. Now fuck. Fucking Jesus. Literally blink and you're halfway through the game. Not halfway just yet. This next bit, with the blister heads, I should actually, yeah. This next bit with the blister heads is pretty, if it's close quarters, it sucks. Okay. And here, I should really try and kill as much as I can.
This place. Sorry to cut your act short. His office should be upstairs.
Yeah. I don't think there was any... there was the... room that I didn't go into, or the floor section that I didn't go into, which would have... Yeah, there we go. Fucking... Yeah, this bit got me done a few times actually. So I don't think I'm going to... I should have gone the... Fucking hell, dude. Yep. Yeah, I didn't like this part. Need help. What was that? Inject, sure. I didn't like it before. I don't like it now. I am curious where these ones are going to come from. Sorry.
Every single time.
Honor Guard, how you doing? Welcome on in. I'm doing well. Just trying to see if I can speedrun RE9 on insanity mode.
Well,
Okay, done.
my
That's
cardio
that
for
bit
the
done.
week.
Hope you're well, man. Go through the door. Dang it. Yeah, so the first time I tried that a couple weeks ago was much harder than that. So, we're watching the infected spank themselves when shot. Yeah, I did. I missed that when you said that. I missed it.
Why is this under
So I'm doing much better as well. The first attempt at this a couple weeks back, I actually started this section with 0 health. Or not 0 health, I was low on health. So it was very, very hard. So this... So it's a little bit different to regular... Oh my god. I think I've got to... go on here. So I think if you went normally, she'd catch you. The difference with this part, this section, and the previous ones is that shooting her with this doesn't stagger her. So I can't just do it, sadly. So we kind of gotta go around. I hated this before. Hate it now. I think he ragdolled and his arm just slammed into his butt. Nice. Alright. Through here. So usually this part you would pick this up, head back, she'd come down, and you could shoot her. But now you shoot her and it kind of... Oh, shit. Yeah. So it's a one-shot kill, basically. I thought she was walking around the other side. Fuck. Alright. That's annoying.
Why is this under the hospital?
Just trying to think if there is another way to do this part quickly. But no, I need to grab... I need to go up there anyway. Doesn't really matter. God, she runs so slow. Just chilling here for a second. So I think I've just got to sadly wait it out. Alright. Yeah, I'll grab you. So it may look like you can do that, but you can't. She's just in the way. Yeah, easy. Cool. Yeah. And then this part. Grab that.
Barely made it.
I'm not sure if I can make it all the way past. So I might have to... Yeah, I don't think I could have. That's right. Good. Alright. This bit. You do that. In here. Shoot him in the head.
That's two.
So whenever I blink, we reach another big moment in the game. Yeah. Pretty much you can get through. He's going to become a blisterhead, I think, when I come back. Oh, shit. What am I doing? I need to grab this one. What am I doing? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is the fun part. So I think the general consensus from what I have seen is that she actually runs quicker in third person. Which is surprising because she's slow in first person.
This
Let me grab you. She is slow as fuck. She is super slow. So I don't need to grab this. It does help, but I don't need to grab it. I just needed the keys. And then here. Do that. Save some time on the ladder. And then this bit, this funky bit, I can just do it by looking down. I don't stagger there either. Axe. You and you. She just jumped down. Didn't she? Light goes bang. I might have to... I'm gonna try this a different way because I can see myself dying. No, I couldn't. I couldn't. I could no, I can't. So I need her to move over that way. Fucking hell. Literally the worst part. This part sucks. Her feet remind me of an emu. I could see it. I can see it. Now I could save.
Why is this under the hospital?
It takes me 5 minutes, right? It's not... I don't see it being... If it was different like Grace's first part, then yes, I probably would save. But this section's rather small. It's just annoying. I'm gonna move you that there because you're being a bit of a butt. Stop. Wait, how does she still have her glasses? Oh, that's a good question. Great question. Fucking hell, run. Actually, I am curious. Oh, I could. Yeah, so this one is probably... because this is a skin that she's wearing, I guess. The FBI skin. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's super glue? Maybe it's Maybelline? Oh, not the original skin? No. No. Chip. Dude. Keeps on trying to go for... Did it. No crochet chip toy. He doesn't even play with half the toys that we get. Stupid noises. Otherwise, I'd say 100% Lily, but he doesn't. We spend so much money on toys for him. Oh, make it. Crochet him a cardboard box. Oh, he's got a lot of cardboard boxes. He loves cardboard boxes, actually. Don't you, Chip? Nice. Alright.
That's two.
Does he like cat beds? We don't know. We haven't got a cat bed, but he just kind of sleeps everywhere. Thanks, Honor Guard, for working. No worries. Do what you need to, and I appreciate you just being here as well. Going to eventually crochet the cat's hair a lounge chair. Ooh. A lounge chair. we've seen some really cool things that people have done and created for their cats. I just don't think Chip would. I don't think Chip would be into any of that if we were to make anything. Either, like, I don't know. He's so weird. Chip likes to sleep in bags, paper bags, shopping bags, all bags. 100%. He loves... I'll make him his own little sleeping bag. uh, thank you, Lily. Delicious. Alright. I don't need to, but I'm just doing it anyway. So, if I go down the side one, the weird passage. I'll be back. Try not to zoom too far ahead. No guarantees, Lily. But I might also still be here, because this section does suck. Sass. Sass, hello. Hello, Sass. Oh my god, hang on. Hang on. I'm getting it. Hang on. Hello, everyone. How we doing? Oh, man. Sass, hello. What is this? What are you doing? Hello, Nikki. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Hey, Widow. How we doing? Rolfie. Oh, everyone's here. Nerf, how you doing? Red Panda, hello. Welcome in. Hey, Curry. How we doing? Curry, you can spam your emote here as much as you want, by the way. It's a beautiful face, and it's allowed here. I'm just saying. Actually, I don't trust you, so I'll bring you with me. Okay. hey, Purple or Neverland? Which one do you prefer? Oop. Game. Jesus. Hey, Rolkus, how we doing? Thank you for saving us from terrible air guitar. Oh no, was Sass doing air guitar? Hey, Cardi, how we doing? Oh, hello, Scotchy. Hello. Oh, hey, Meals on Wheels, how we doing? Welcome in. Oh, we got Zuna, Jess, Zuna. Hey, Sass, how we doing? How was oh fuck. Hang on. If we do a little shout out. That's effects. What were you playing? What were you playing? You were just chatting. Well, that's not right. Fuck. What were you playing? How was it? Was it good? You were doing that she was 98. Was she 98? Or was she 99? Hey Scots, how we doing? Welcome in. Hey Ashley, how we doing? So many amazing people. So many. Curry, there we go. That's what I'm after. You can spam. Sass, get out of here. You don't need to subscribe at all. Thank you for doing that. You don't need to at all. God, I'm missing everyone that's following. Thank you, everyone that's just followed. Fuck, I've missed. Curry, thank you for following. Gray, hello, welcome in. Thank you for following as well. Hey, Dollar, how we doing? Everyone's here. Heading to the gym with a mate. Have fun. Scotch, you getting swole for next time you come down to Brizzy? But take care, man. Take care. Have fun. Live stream. Just changed to just chatting at the end. Fair. You played live stream as well. Oh, I thought they were just saying you were live streaming. Live stream. Was that good? Get sassed. Damn it. All we know, she was 89 IQ. Oh, wait, the old lady or Sass? We're up to 5 deaths. Sass played live stream. Chapter 1. What's this? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a Gambat live stream. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yes. Exciting. Very cool. That looks fun. Oof. Scotchy with his Joey Swole. Hey Queenie, how we doing? Welcome in, and I've caught up with chat. Ah, perfect. Hello everyone. Sass, thank you for choosing to come here. By the way, I appreciate it, and I always love seeing you pop in as well. So thank you. Hello. Hey Bean Boy, how we doing? Oh no, chat's going too fast again. So I was stuck in this horror game, but the dev was there and helped me. Thank God. Oh, that's good. Man, you get a lot of that. You get a lot of devs popping in and helping you out, or just saying hey. Are you loving Requiem? How far into it are you? So Ashley, I loved Requiem, and this is my 6th playthrough. This time I'm doing on Insane, and I'm trying to do it as quick as I can. So yes. So for everyone else, if you haven't played Res Evil 9 and you don't want spoilers, get out of here. Leave. I appreciate you being here, but get out. That's your only warning, by the way. I'm not going to say it again. Yeah, of course I wanted to see it. Ah, stop it, Sass. Stop it. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Queenie, I'm okay. How are you guys doing? We're doing good, Queenie. We're doing good. We're just chilling. Well, it was meant to be a bit chill, but then there was a poll and there was a vote, and everyone wanted me to do speedrun on insane mode, so here I am. So it's less chill for me, I guess, but it's chill for everyone else, I think. What was that? What did you say? What did I say? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Sooner. 6, that's so impressive. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the first time I played was, I think it was like 12 or 13 hours. And then after that, I wanted to hone it for some reason. Anyway, I got it down to 2.5. And then, yeah, now I'm doing it on Insane. So what have you got your time down to? I flexed that I have a mate that's completed in under 3 hours. Yeah, so the lowest I have done it in is 2 hours and 30. Oh my God. I was wondering what was making noise, and it was the live stream Steam page that I had up, and it was just like a Twitch, and I was wigging out. Anyway, yeah, so it's now down to like 2 hours and 30 something minutes, but I haven't played it in a couple weeks or since then, so I'm a little bit rusty doing this. So it's fun. I can't believe you're still playing it. That's it was an option. It wasn't one that I even wanted to do, I don't think. But yeah, there was a vote and 3 people wanted me to do it. So yeah. You could have played Little Misfortune. Could have. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. I could have played Little Misfortune. I didn't realize that was going to be on the poll. Thank you, Zuno. There is so much happening, Sass. There is so much. But also, Sass, if you need to raid and fade, go do that. Go look after yourself. It is a beautiful Saturday night. Also, I've heard. Have you got any plans for this afternoon or tonight at all? Or just chill time. Fuck, hydration. Oh, I need to get a drink. I don't have a drink. I need to get one. All right, no plans like usual. Just finding food. Ooh, are you gonna? Where's good? Have you got something, or are you gonna order in? But you didn't move, Marty. That Redeemer's fucked. But you didn't move. Oh, well, that's a loud one. Piss poor. Okay. 2 things. The FBI open up one. Is it too loud? I can turn it down. And I didn't move because why would I, Sass? Yes, please. Okay. Is it okay. All right. do that. Fuck, where am I? Where's that come from? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's this one. We're all good. We're all good. No, that's not it at all. What? Oh, it. Are you getting me a drink? Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's turn that one down. Let's turn that one down. Let's go to 40%. It was at 60. We'll turn it down. Okay, it's turned down. No, Sass, I'm doing it. It's done. Don't worry about it. It's done. I just had to remember where it was. I forgot how what the routine was great. But yes, no. If anyone here needs to raid and fade, get out of here, look after yourselves, go do that. Because Sass was streaming for, oh boy, 8-ish hours? A long time. Long time. But I'm going to get back into it. Is that a fucking skill tester in your room? Thank you. Thank you. Is that just water? Oh! Thought it was going to be Sprite. Oh, it looks like a claw machine. This one here, that's just a shelf, Rolkus. That's just a shelf right there. Hydrate. No, I did. Fuck. All right, I'll do it again. Here we go. We're good. Thank you, Zuna, for getting me a drink. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. All right. So yes, me and my wretched house outfit. Isn't that just a... What? What do you mean? Wretched? What? You're welcome, even if you did complain about my choice of liquor. Yeah, look, I wasn't expecting... water. Fuck. You dropped behind me. Okay, we're good. Oop. Okay, so we're pretty much where we were before. And we'll just leave it a little bit longer so she can't reach out and grab. Might have you limited the amount one can make you hydrate? There is a cooldown, Rolkus. I can only intake so much water. Okay, so she looks around. Yeah. Fuck, so I don't actually know. Can't redeem it again. Yeah, there might be a cooldown. You might drown otherwise. Just wait. She will turn. I know. I know, Rolkus. I know. That made me laugh so much. You saying you need a drink, and then a minute finding a glass of his face. Yep, we're good. No, get off me. You get off me too, thank you very much. You can't get grabbed again. You don't know shit. What? No, Mr. Roke. Idiot. Stop. Don't grab me again, thank you. Alright. In we go. In we go. In we go. In we go. Wait, so how low have we got in the game? 2 hours and 2 hours and 30 something minutes. But that was on casual, standard? One of them. So I'm playing on insanity mode. I don't think I'll get anywhere near there just because things are, or bosses are harder, and yeah. I'm not looking forward to the next part. The bit where down in the water. The water treatment plant, where it's just you and the lady, the old monster.
Shit, no! No, no!
Ugh. Come on, we're good. Oh, leggies. So I think this section goes for 2-ish minutes, I believe. Might be just under 2 minutes. But it just feels forever because I guess you're just stuck in an area. How do you get so many bullets for this gun? So when you finish the main game, you get like yeah, you get a bonus for infinite ammo. It's sort of cheating, but like as far as I'm aware, a lot of speedrunners, not that this is an actual proper speedrun, but a lot of people that do speedrun do the infinite ammo, because if you didn't, it just like triples the amount of time and difficulty to actually get a game done. But I believe it has been done though. I haven't looked though. I haven't looked. Also, welcome in, Gumdrops. Welcome in.
Thank God.
Hope you're doing well.
Last one. None to free Emily and get out of this place.
Alright. So here... yeah, okay. Alright. I'm not sure if I have made a boo-boo. I thought you were walking into the grate. Almost. Almost.
Oh, I got in my mouth.
Yummy. Let's combine some of these just to get them done. Nah, I can't be fucked doing that. It's torturous enough for medium. She might have been back there, actually. That's fine. That's fine. I've never seen someone do a speedrun before. Is the idea that you have to kill everything on the way or run past it? So basically, the thing with a speedrun is you want to do it as quick as you can. And most of the time, you won't kill everything. There's sometimes that you won't kill anything. Fuck. Yep. God damn it. I should have put it back in immediately. But I heard her off to the side. I heard her off to the side, so that is quite annoying. Also, Nerf, thank you for gassing me up, but you don't need to. It's also on special, by the way. The night shift. It's 20% off. But there's that. Okay, leaving stream up, but def need food. Yes, get out of here. Get out of here. Go get some Yummers food. So I think when I take that one, I need to put it back in. Ugh. We're all good. Gimme. Yeah. Oh, scary. Oh. It is annoying that in this one, shots don't stun her like they do on casual and standard. It's very annoying, actually. But why isn't my... There we go. There we go. Well, what did that guy do to you? He was just behind bars. Yeah, but he wasn't going to be for long. He wasn't going to be at all. He was going to come out and start nibbling on my jinkies. I don't want that. Oh, I don't need the bottle. So I hear her. And she's just going to jump down out here. Okay. There we go. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Ugh. I hate how she's so much quicker in this one as well. Actually bullshit.
Barely made it.
No. Weenus, that elbow skin? Yes. I hope you have that command. Yes, the clip command? Yes, 100%. Yep. He was behind bars, lulling us into a false sense of security. Yeah, 100%. Go this way. I'm gonna go here. Should have modded RE9 and made all the zombies trains. I should have. Especially after yesterday and Thomas the Tank... not yesterday, day before. Oh, wait. Last stream. Whenever that was. Weenus, anti-weenus, knee weenus. Anti-knee weenus. So much weenus. Yeah. That's a lot of weenus. Okay, so when I come back with the thing, I'm gonna have to go down the other route. Which is fine. Yeah. You're gonna get out of here. Thank you. The screen between your thumb and your pointer is called the flangina? Flangina? Interesting. You've created something that gives my favorite people so much enjoyment, and I'm well aware of how tough it is to develop and release a game. You're a legend. Also, guess up. I could also mention Marty's co-developer and their adorable cat, as you probably spoiled. Yeah. Thank you, Nerf. Thank you, Nerf. I appreciate it. Where are you going? You don't need to go back yet. I do. I need to grab this bad boy. I think between when you were here last and just then, I died. Yeah. But it takes 2 seconds. I was prepping din-dins. Ooh, what's for din-din? Fun fact, I made the logo too, to toot my own horn. Yes, so yeah, Zuna did make the logo. And it's... Fuck, I was looking down. He didn't save. No, I didn't save. It doesn't take long to do all of this anyway. Plus I can just get better. Okay, so she's behind me. just fell down. Outside of the safe room. Pro tip, don't look down. No, I needed to look down at that section. So I don't usually go this way, but I think in this mode, I need to. Yeah. Look at them grippers. I'll make sure I add your credit to my spiels, you know. Yeah, I go the other way and come back through the tunnel. Yeah, so usually I do in... usually I do in standard and casual, but she's just too much of a annoyance. Good. Thank you. I of course deserve more praise than Marty. He only made the whole game. Yeah. Go wait. No. Excuse me. Yeah. Stop. Yep. This way. Ah, sweet. This is a bit of a gap here. Go through here. I'll just follow this back here. It's not going to be the most enjoyable thing to look at. I learned you don't take damage from those that grab you, the hanging guys. Yeah, no. Once they grab you as well, there's a small time that you can't get grabbed again. You can kind of, if you're quick enough, you can do what you need to and come back without that time, without them being able to grab you again. I have no doubt you've put up with a lot, Zuna. Countless late nights, bugs that cause me to be grumpy, etc. 100%. It's like you're here with this nerf.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Come on. In you go. I wonder. No. Software engineering for 25 years. Yeah. You know. You know. It was all worth it so we could meet all of you. Yeah. I think that's been one of the coolest things as well, is that having made that and, you know, market it and then, yeah, without kind of putting it together, and I wouldn't have met Sass, wouldn't have met Holly, wouldn't have met Scotch, wouldn't have met you guys. Like, it's Shads, Who's, you know, like a missing bunch, Papa J-Dub, like everyone that I have that I emailed, that I initially emailed, and all of that, like it's been amazing, and then everyone's community has been really cool as well. Of course, that yeah, look, that was. I did feel a little bit bad coming in, being like, because it's really hard when I updated it, and then
Finally stopped.
it was a really hard time just because the game was in early access, and the version that I put out was the full one, but it was as a like a beta, or like one of those ones that you've got to opt into. And I think a learning from that is I just wouldn't do that moving forward. Just because it causes this issue where, you know, it's not easy and straightforward. There's issues that can happen.
Oh, I got in my mouth.
But it was hard as well because when Sass streamed it, everything looked rather the same. I didn't take much notice of the smaller things until I saw one thing, and I think it was the billboard map, and I was like, oh, that looks wrong. And that's what made me say, what version are you on? And then, yeah, that all happened. So, where did she just jump down from? So here, I'm going to take it out and then put it back in. After I deal with this guy. Get out of here. So I was hearing her over there as well, so I can still hear her moving around. So that's interesting. And not in the vents either, it was like in the world, so it's a little bit poopy. Oh. But yes, no, first time I've turned my PC on all week was today. Okay. There we go. Cool. No, no. I had to remove it. Stupid.
Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? Oh, it's gonna be okay. Just don't let go.
Easy. Cool. New job is terrible. Maybe it's the stock take. I guess next week we'll tell. It's back to a normal week. Stock take is always
It's just spinning you
a
down.
bitch. I remember doing stock take
Why won't they close?
in hospo, and it was not enjoyable. Goodbye.
Grace?
Not the last time we'll deal with them.
Are you hurt? I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily.
John. Yeah.
What's going on?
Just finished my lemon sorbet tub, and now I'm sad. Me up. Cutscene. There we go. Stick. And onwards. Onwards.
Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to leave?
All right, and then
with me?
I've got the other
It's
one.
not safe here.
Yep, cool. Okay.
Okay.
Sick.
Finally.
I need to remember when it gets to Grace in the Ark facility, I need to switch to her
Are you alright?
other gun
Emily?
that's in the chest.
I don't know. Well, let's just... we need to keep moving. Oh my god.
Hey!
Get out of here. All right. Boop. I believe there's an autosave that just happens there, so that's all right. Gimme.
Just let it be in here.
This bit. Oh Lord, I don't want to witness Emily die. You won't. Oh, no you won't. That'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. She'll be fine. It's all good. I'm impressed with the animation in this game. The passive animation when Grace is carrying Emily in third person is amazing. Yeah, they've done... all the animations in this is really well done.
What the hell?
Kind of weird that you don't see Victor from down here. I get why. Like, oh, the surprise, but they could have had... no one's going to look up there beforehand. I watched a bunch of people play this and none of them looked up. 'Cause why would you? Why would you ever look up? Ah. Nope. Sir? That's rude. Rude. Hey, Sharp, how you doing? Welcome in. So this is what it's like to watch someone who can aim. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I think I might just have to kill everything in here before moving in. I mean, there's no... it's not timed at all, so I think I might just have to do that. I don't want to, just because it takes so long. There's so many of them. Alright. Back to where we were. Onwards. Just heard someone upstairs scream. Like, apartment-wise? Like, upstairs? Like a party scream? Or was it... not a party. Like a... interesting. Well... go this way. Fine. Go back here. Do you think you should check on them? Sadly, we can't. But we also live in a party district, so excuse me? Not as quick as I wanted, but it's okay. She'll be fine. Now, the other thing is they've got... The building that we live in is also made up of a lot of Airbnbs. So it's kind of mixed between people that live here and Airbnbs. And I think hotel, in a way. I'm not sure if there's many hotel things in hotel rooms in this one. But it's the whole nightlife situation. Good fun. I knew that was going to happen. Still took me off guard. That's good. And then left side, probably saw how much a bump is going to cost them. Probably. Probably. Now we're good. Nightlife like nightclub. Yeah, so there's a lot of nightclubs and strip clubs and late night partying going on in the suburb and surrounding area that we're in. So luckily we don't hear any of the noise. However, some of the noise does come back home with them. Don't trust you. Pretty sure there's one behind me as well, but I also just don't trust that. Groovy. Almost at the halfway mark. Almost. We got this Leon section, and then we've got the last Grace section for a while, and then halfway mark.
Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to us somehow.
Is she okay?
No. I've got to come.
Alright. Give me a sniper. I would like to go you. Fuck. If I'm wasting time in this menu, but it is what it is. If I sell you guys, can I still... Wait, did I buy that one? Yeah, I did. Okay. Put you on there. Groovy. And then we're gonna also buy you. Because you're pretty much the equivalent of the Requiem. And then you... I don't want to add to. You I do. Stability. There. Didn't want to... That's right. Alright, what do we got here? Sir. Oh my god. There we go.
Must be time for the evening service.
Fucking hell. shit. Yeah. What was I meant to do there? Wasn't a... I didn't die though. That was... Oh, I failed. Hey, you... Yeah, you. You. One of your two characters died. Okay. Okay. Oh, I could probably use this one, actually. Shit.
Must be time to leave the service.
Alright, we're good. Oh. Shit. So there were more in that one. Oh, you got boogered. Nice.
All right.
So this little beauty of a gun is actually pretty good.
Excuse me.
Almost the equivalent of the Requiem. This way, around. Fuck. It is a little bit more precise though, unfortunately. That's right. We're good.
Stay with me.
Fuck. No. Come on. Show me your belly. Good. Fuck off.
Clear up the rest.
Oh, yep. Okay, we're good. There. I think that was it. I thought that was actually going to go worse than it did, honestly. Perfect. Alright.
There's got to be a way to get to the surface.
I'm not looking forward to the arc section. Not in insanity mode, at least. Because usually
I'm sorry.
it's not too bad. Minus one section.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. We'll see. We shall see how we go. Good. Gotta press this button. And I tried to reload this last bullet for a while.
Gotta get the power.
So as far as I know, I can... can flame her. Should grab you actually as well. Okay. Are you?
Why is it so stiff? Stay back.
So she stays stunned. So here I can stun her, whereas before I couldn't. Beautiful.
Two to go.
Here I'm actually curious which one would be best to go for. Go for it, Ashley. Thank you so much for hanging as well. Go lurk. Go lurk. Alright. So here... Oh my god. Fuck. I thought that was... Didn't realize that was as close. Oh, she's in. Oh my god. Oh my god. The dupe. The dupe. Didn't think that was going to happen, honestly. At all. Oh, she's going that way. Perfect. Oh, easy.
Only one more.
Fuck, I really thought this section was going to be more difficult. Fuck. Oh! I'm good. Easy. I thought it was going to be a... Excuse me? Yeah, you burn. Yep. Oh. You're welcome. I can't play games with jump scares because it's too immersive for me, but I've loved watching other people play this and they're fully smashing. Well, thank you, Ashley.
I should open the hatch.
Oh, this is
I
new.
need to hurry.
Okay. Oh, so she smashes through that. Oh, I didn't see because it was spooky. Ah, neato. Oh. Me, I can't aim for shit. And I hate timed events. Yeah, is there many timed events in this? I can't remember. Not really like the...
We're getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way.
Because even this isn't timed. Like, if I don't shoot... If I head this way... Yeah. I'm just a little bit closer.
Finally.
It's funny when... There we go. Okay, we're at the halfway mark now. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Yeah, so when you try to aim for the parts, it stops you, which is pretty cool. The critical parts. Now I got the Requiem again. Neato. I'm going to put on you. Alright, cool. Huh. Love the RPD costume. I don't mind it. I don't really have any preference, I think, on any of them. I think this one's good for the nostalgia look, right? Not that it fucking fit into it anymore. Is there a zombie here? Is that what I'm hearing? One to my left? Oh, he was on the inside. Okay. All right. Stevie, hello. Hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Marty, how many subs do you to play through the whole RE series? I don't know, actually. That is a good question. I don't know. Fuck, this dude's fast. Yeah, could have just closed it, Leon. Don't need to kick it. Don't need to kick it. No. This bit as well. These guys suck. Running. No. Okay. This bit. This bit's probably going to be the trickiest bit. Because I just don't know. Okay. Here I run with this bit. Up we go. The old face shot. No. Okay, not the exact same, sadly, on...
Where are you?
Fucking hell. So, it doesn't... That is a bummer. Starts right there. Oh, he's gonna be too quick. Run! Fuck, run! I have to be this guy. Fucking hell, dude. God damn it. I have to reload the guns. If only the guns auto-reloaded. He's gonna run back up. Where's he coming from? Nah. Rocket launcher's not for this one. Rocket launcher will be for... Mr. X. Oh my god.
Haven't you had enough?
Can you stop? It's not. Was health. Fuck. Good. Easy. Easy peasy. Well, I do need health though. So I might buy a health injector at whatchamacallit, the campsite. My doggo is not a fan of spider noises and just trundled off to the bedroom. Oh no. Well, it's all ogre now, Ashley. Okay. Fuck. That picture of Sass. Jesus. Gets me every time. Okay. Want to make a horror game while you're working in a VHS store, but pulled the pin because of potential copyright issues with what I wanted to do. However, it's a rare thing for me to play a game and not see areas where I would improve on it. Yeah, for sure. I think depends on what you wanted to do. Oh, there's no... Okay. I'll just buy you two then. Whatever. Grab you. Grab you. I have shit. No, okay. Cool. Retro Rewind is just very well made. Yeah, nice. Was it... When you say copyright, was it more so in the types of VHS covers that you wanted? What do I want here? Grab you. VHS covers are lackluster, but that's understandable without either employing an artist to work. I mean, it really depends. Like, I did... Oh, I mean, they weren't all colors, but colored. What? 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 Okay. Okay, he's already shooting, it's fine. We're good. I do need to... Why didn't he move? Why wasn't he moving? Excuse me? Wow. Wowzers. Jesus. Alright.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
Do you know, are you okay there? So is this dude up the top? Where's the go? Oh, there he is. Go. No, 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 no. Jump up. Fucking hell. Okay. Combine. Jump up. Jump up. Good. Run past here. Do that. We Gucci. We Gucci. Fine. We're good. Zuna, want to eat something? Don't. Yeah, Zuna, eat something. Jeez Louise.
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
You can always go cameless if needed.
Should've all been wiped out by the missile.
Zuna won't even appear in the camp.
There should be a
I'm eating choc pudding.
detonator
Wait,
somewhere around here.
where did you get choc pudding from? Has it just been in the office the entire time?
Sherry, found the
I bought it.
distributor.
Yeah.
2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Yeah, no, I
Another
know you
piece
bought
of
it.
camp. That should have the signal receiver.
I don't even know what the point
Relays
is.
over there, huh?
I just
That should be a fun trip.
Chip's asleep on the couch. We're good. Come on.
Got the location for those parts. Gonna collect them now.
Okay. I'll look into the BSAA in the meantime.
Oh, look at the little sunnies on it. Alright. You just don't look in the fridge very hard. I grabbed it when I grabbed your drink. Oh. Wait, are you talking about when you went to the shop and then I didn't look at the fridge today? Why would I know that there's... Oh. It's okay. We're all good. Oh, don't do that. That irritates me. Okay. Down we go. This away. Health. Yeah. Oh, these guys change position. Okay. Oh no, there was just an extra one. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. No, I need your other side. That side. No. Ah, fuck it up. Alright. Okay. Oh. I should do this one. Didn't mean to hit the boom there. You meant to tell me he's not a robot in a skin suit? Skin scoot? Skin scoot. Skin suit. scoot, scoot. Scoot, scoot, baby. Dead. You don't need to clip that. No. No. Kelsey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, by the way. Right. I'm not too keen on this next bit. There's a lot, I think, in this section that I'm not keen on during the Racoon section and Insanity mode. On casual and standard, I think it's fine-ish. But my boot scoop baby is driving me crazy. My obsession for a Wesker, my Kennedy for a day. Love it. Oops, my finger slipped. Oh my god. No. Well, that's all new. Excuse me? I'm amazed that I didn't get attacked at all just then. One bit. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Fuck. We're good. Lol. Idiot. Yep. Gimme. Fuck. Rude. We're good. So I don't think this will be under 3 hours. Maybe 4. But I do have to do a lot of stopping and killing, so I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical on this mortar bit. And yep. Okay. In here. Yep. Okay.
Send some footage your way, Sherry.
Like Gideon, my evil science guy from head to toe. Want to make you mine. Better get in line 5, 6, 7, 8. Doot, doot. Thank you, Zunop. Appreciate it.
Ghosts involved with Opus too.
Okay, there we go. Fuck off. All good. To Google Gideon's name so I could finish my song. Yeah. Gideon Victor. Or Gideon Graves if you're Scott Pilgrim. No. Thank you. Yeah, so this bit up here is going to be... I'm not excited for. At all. Okay. Up we go.
part should be just up here.
Why did I just... Okay. Can't see. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, he's dead. Shoot! Stop shooting me. Rude. How is not Marty so chill? When the screen went, it's because I think I just hear it so often. Okay, I need to actually get up there and do that one. Let's not do that. Might I should check out Retro Rewind. A little more stable than the one we played. Yeah, awesome. Okay, because the one that we played was buggy. Buggy as hell. Hello, Dan. It's been more than 2 hours and 35 minutes. Yes, it has. Can you stop that, sir? Dudes. That guy's gonna need a few more Panadol. So the guy shooting me, I think, is behind this wall here. So I've got to... Fuck, I think he dodged it. Fuck, I hate these guys. Okay, yep. Stop. God damn it. Leon was stuck on rocks. Alright.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Okay. Don't need to take my view up there, he's already dead. No, you don't need to shoot me. Okay. I can shoot this guy through here. God, I am low. I want health. Is there any health in here? No, there's not. Alright. It's gonna get rough then. Stop. Fuck. Thomas and Friends was in my discovery queue on Steam.
One of the parts should be just up here.
It's definitely a game. Of all games, I'm not sure if I would play it again so soon. I don't know. I need to get back here. Full view. Deal with you. Okay, neat. Any health? There is health. Perfecto. Up, up. Fuck. Ooh. And then, you know what? Fuck it. I know we're speedrunning, but I don't care. These guys are cocks. This one specifically. Yep. Got a guy here. Oh, got that. Yep. Nice. They're not as speedy as I would have liked it, but there's gonna be a guy here. No? Down there. And now, I make a run for it. You'll do that. I go down here. Fuck off. What do you mean, tap? What happened to my knife? Oh, it's... Okay, so I can't get grabbed again.
Found the signal receiver. At least that's left.
We're good.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the CSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government
Fuck, I should have.
surveillance.
Bugger.
Looks like my
Okay.
fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Stagler. Oh, please, if I do that. Is that health? That is just a grenade. Okay. And this bit shouldn't be a problem. Although if there's blister heads, there might be. This man does have joints of steel. It's... Any... No, okay, cool. Health. Sweet.
Gotta fill this up. Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
And then you, I want to come out here, do this, do that. You. Fuck. Excuse me. And he's dead. Unless they change it. They did. Okay. That's fine. But he's doing anything anyway. This one? Surely. No? Okay. I do have to say though, this, whilst it is frustrating, it is,
Alright.
yep, almost forgot where I was going. As a speedrun, it's fucked. But it's not that hard. If I was taking my time, it wouldn't be a problem. Mind you, that is with infinite ammo. If you doing it without, no, I'm not. I'd rather not. I think I'm doing well as well. I mean, I've only been streaming for fucking hell, for 3.5 hours, and I've died a lot. So. But I have spent a lot of time in places killing, so where I wouldn't have spent in casual or standard. But once I've done this section, it's pretty much the good. Get you. Get you. Fuck. Okay. I kind of want to do a as a speed run. Should I unlock this? Actually, get the repair kit. I'd have to come back over here. But after this bit, the rest of it's rather straightforward. The road or the street part will just be, or the motorbike part wouldn't be too bad. And then what have we got? We've got the Orphanage, which I don't think changes. Mr. X won't be a problem. And then after that, it's the plant. And then the Ark. The Ark's probably going to be the hardest part. Oh. If it's untouched, if the lickers move the same speed as they do in casual, I will be fine.
Alright, I can use that.
They travel so far in one day. They really do. They really do. Although we don't know. Actually, I think it'll be a couple days, right? Because race starts out. It's probably like late day, late afternoon. And then Leon's part is at night time. but then Grace is upside down. Leon travels to the daycare, probably at night as well. I mean, I think it's nighttime when he arrives. And then we're in the daycare. We leave at nighttime. That might be just over a day. Potentially, if they're consecutive. We don't know if Leon, we don't know the time between when, to my knowledge, oh, actually we might, between when Race is captured and, actually I should know this. So it might be, it could just be 2 days. I need health. Fuck. No, I clicked. Maybe it doesn't matter when I'm on solo health. I'm not sure. I think there's a dude over in the back left that will shoot. He's like over here. Huh, okay. You can't preemptively shoot. Yeah, okay. This bit might be a struggle. Go this way. Do that. Do that. We're good. Fuck, he's got a gun. Ugh. Fuck.
Okay, let's find those detonation points.
The music doesn't bother me as much. But I can understand why.
Picked up the relay.
It would, because it does very much sound like it. It's also the only track that you hear for pretty much this entire section.
Down from here first.
Alright. That wasn't as bad as I thought, honestly. Yeah, just the action sequences, Queenie. Really should have stopped for... good. Yeah, it's only when, like, during the action sequences, it's kind of... blue shots. The old blue. Don't move. I'm wasting a lot of time shooting. I had a feeling that I was going to come back and bite me in the ass if I didn't do that. Oh. Hey, Cuck McFuck, how you doing? No, this isn't my first playthrough. No. I know there's... I don't think I'm gonna make it. You know what? Fuck it, let's give it a whirl. Oh, fuck. I didn't lower it from the other side. Oh, shit.
One for the other side.
I was too busy. I was too busy saying hey. There we go. That wasn't actually too bad. Dodged them all. The section bugged me. Instead of putting time into
This thing still works.
blowing up the SA bomb, could have just moved a couple blocks to get to objective. Yeah. Yep. See, this bit I hate. It's just so slow.
Now what?
Come on. There's another one. Another one. I don't think I got that third one, actually. Maybe I did. It's okay, Granny, I'm taking this. Jump over, take this side. Just got told one of my budgies back in New South Wales passed away. Rip comment. No, that's devastating. Off you go. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Lily. Oh, excuse me? Okay, so he's going to come back as the... Oh, no. I was going to say that one's going to come back as the blister head. There's one dropping in by the sounds of it. There it is. There's my boy. My boy! I like how they had to do that in a cutscene because
This is lucky.
Leon's just too good to... He wouldn't have... If you were playing him, that wouldn't happen. Alright, easy.
That's a
So I've seen the bike. I do this now,
Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
and
Great.
then
You'll need it. It's
we do this over-the-top action sequence. You know, PC or console? PC. PC, cuck. Well, cuck. What do you prefer to be called? Cuck or McFuck? Gonna add some mods? Probably not. Probably not. I have seen some a lot of the mods that people
All
put
right.
in though.
Should make it there in no time.
good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few
Like fuck it.
potholes.
Yeah. Don't care for your shit.
Stage just keeps getting
All
better
right.
and better.
Yep. Yep. Excuse me. No, no. No, no. Sir. No. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. The first one went down
Stage
so
just
easy
keeps
though.
getting better and better.
Fuck. Yep. There we go. Yep. I'm good. An old mate. Oh no, what's he gonna do? Oh.
Pups could use more training.
What? I was like, I didn't just die, but that was the one from before. Whee! Hello, Victor. Through the window. It's gonna jump over here. Oh no! Whatever will Leon do?
So much for the direct route.
The more extended deaths, like, yeah. I think it would be cool if they did more with that, but understandable. This section is very, you know, like even on Insane, which I'm on now, like died once because you're not quick enough killing the dinosaurs. These guys, like, it's the same thing in standard casual. Like, if you're not quick enough. They'll kill you as well, but I don't know. It's not. This bit's not challenging. Oh no, Leon!
Give up that easy.
What will you do now? No, Leon. You won't make it. I like keeping on this bit for no reason. Oh, but then he takes it off. Doing a wheelie in this rubble. Just, yeah. And in such... Yeah. Everything about this is fucking ridiculous. No guarantee that Leon would make that at all. We G. Come on. Ow. Kind of rude that his bullet actually hurt me. Like... Alright. Here we are. Easy. Oh, okay. So, in there... I'm not sure how different Mr. X's behavior in...
Can't believe it's still standing.
This section is... Come on. Open the door. Dark gate. Cutscene. No. Cutscene. No. Actually, while I am here, I shall, I think, get some of you. I assume he's scripted unkillable till boss fight. Yes. Yeah, but I'm just not sure if he pops up, or behaves any different from when when the trigger sequence starts to when it ends. We've had a couple... There's a couple changes. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's been a couple of changes. I've got so much. Alright, Shoddy, you're at max. Okay, cool. Sick. Oh, fuck. You know what I'm not keen for? The... Pretend husk fight. That's going to be an absolute bitch. I I'm immediately saddened by the fact that I've just remembered I've got to do that fight. That's right. We got some time. I think I might look at.
You need to understand.
All right, orphanage time. Dumb. Look around the orphanage. Do not care. Do not care at all. Fuck, thank you for following me and appreciate it. Hide, Marty, hide. Yeah, they'll get me. Yeah. They will. They will get me. Thanks for popping by, Cuck. Really, really appreciate you following and just being here as well. So, yeah, I'll catch you later. Thank you so much. When I first saw these legs, I thought they were hairy legs. And I was like... I thought it was just really funny. There was like these five experiments with just only really hairy legs. And then I realized they were veins. So... like... Let me out. Let me out. Let's go. All right. They're dead. Oh no. All right. Through here. Down hither. Under here. I feel like the sound was delayed in that one. It almost felt like the body fell and then about half a second later, that's when the sound happened. I don't know about the second one, but this first one definitely sounded a lot off. What I don't get here is one goes in, but then there's two there. I don't get it. Unless that she was just waiting there. But it's just so weird. And then this is also weird, having to see it go all the way back. Being like, oh, there's nothing in here to do. And then coming all the way back here. I know for the first time I played it, I was really confused. on my second playthrough, I like this game less. Yeah, I think when you start thinking about it, it's... Yeah. It's... There are parts of it that I really like. But then there's other parts, like that one there, where it's just really weird. You have to see the target, or like see the girls. You then have to... Saw you could do that the other day, and I was like, who... What? Like, you can just... but yeah, the first half of the game, I think before you kill the blind, not the blind, goddamn, I keep on wanting to say blind, the monster girl chick that doesn't like light. I think once you see her, the rest of it becomes more of a generic-y action film, and it's happens with most of these kind of... happened with Dead Space, happens with Alien through the movies. You know, it's less scary because you're accustomed to the horror, right? But I think if they had more of a big bad, in a way, from the start that went through... I don't know. There was just more, I guess, more atmosphere in the first half. And I was saying this to a friend at work, but it almost feels like there was two separate teams that worked on this game. The first team worked on the first half, and then the second team worked on the second half. And the second team works in action adventure-y kind of games, and they were told that it had to fit into this horror atmosphere, environment, whatever. And the first team knew exactly what the fuck it was meant to be. I don't know. Because as soon as you hit Raccoon City, it's almost a different game. Again, not opposed to it, but I think if it was a different kind of game, I think it would be... Like, if it was sold as two separate games, and we had one that was pure... How did I start that? You're gonna push me. Yeah. But I did see there was a leak of what RE9 was meant to be. And it was apparently... The first kind of testing of it, internal testing, was co-op shooter. So I'm kind of glad we didn't get that. I also feel like Xeno was pointless to a degree in the game, aside from a oh wow moment when he shows up. Yeah, I really like the music they had in that intro section of him, and I thought, oh man, he's gonna do something. He's gonna do something cool. No, does nothing cool. I would have liked Victor, because the entire time he's wearing snakeskin coat. His tongue's basically snake. He's, I assuming, regen. Oh, if you look down here, she doesn't say, are those babies? Fun little fact. I would have liked Victor to turn into like some sort of snake or something at the end, but we just got generic Resident Evil blob. So I'm guessing it is a DLC or else. Yeah, I
just sent you the coordinates.
really don't know. Grabsies. Oh no, not Mr. X. And then he's gonna hit me here. Oh no. Usually I get... He comes through that wall. Oh, he might be faster, actually. Fuck, he's faster. Insane. That's pretty fucked. So I think there's been some leaks on what the DLC is going to be. One of them apparently is Leon, a Leon DLC, and then there's another which is going to be... Are you going to burst through here or come through there? There. Okay. I'm down for it. Another is going to be as Ashcroft. Miss Ashcroft or whatever her name is. And it's going to be before... obviously before she dies. So, I don't know. I think Xeno is sequel bait. See, he dies. He dies. I don't know. Unless they kind of come out and say Xeno is a clone of Wesker, which I think everyone is assuming he is. If they come out and officially say that.
It hasn't changed.
Don't slow walk. God dang it. Exchanges, depending on how fast you move through the area, changes routing. Yeah. Sick. Okay.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
Thanks. What's his face said? You're only an imitation, which implies a clone to me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are just assuming that he's a clone as well, but without
Not much left of it.
You know,
Heading underground. Look for Grace.
I don't know. I think the back half is definitely the weaker of the two. The food. Oh, gross. But like, if you think about most of the newer Resident Evil games have had a, outside of the remakes, have had a weaker second half. Oh. Is that going to be a thing when we get to the Ark? Because there's... Oh my god. Excuse me? Weird. Weird change, but okay. I will allow it. 7, 8, and this one have definitely a weaker second half. I think 7, it's pretty known. 7, as soon as you hit the boat, it's just dumb. Village is pretty much... There it is. I just need to trigger. Village is pretty much... what, the factory?
I guess this is my start.
Factory-ish. And then... everything after the factory is pretty meh. And then this one is... pretty much... most of Racoon City. Oh, I saw that there was a bug here as well. Yep, there it is.
BSAA left something behind.
I feel like RE games want to be insane, comically over the top Capcom games, but then also want to be dark and broody and serious. Tonal confusion at times. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And I think, obviously with RE2 and RE4, I think those are the remakes especially. Those have the same kind of tone throughout.
Finally reached the bottom.
But
Very deep hole.
yeah, the newer games, it's 7, 8, and 9 definitely have that tonal issue where the first half is fucking scary, right? And then the second half is like, eh. Now's not the time for that. Well, it is. I kind of want to just get you. Do I have enough? Not for you. For you. Let's go power. Yeah, okay. Not enough for the next one. Cool. Fucking hell, dude. What's happening here? Okay. I think the pacing in the first act put a dampener on the scares for me. Run past that one. It's not a problem.
Perfect.
What? What? Yeah, I think the pacing in the first act put a dampener on the scares for me after the first interaction with the big scary lady. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. Okay. Yeah. I don't... And you, I can just run past... Whoever. Oh, you're just there. I don't want to use it now. That's okay. Why would they put just a random fucking... Oh, there's also no... I don't like that change. That change is weird. Because usually you'd have 2 of these monster bits, right? But they replace them with zombies that shoot because they know that it's going to do more damage in... Is the unlimited ammo a completion? Yeah. Sure is. Cool. Now, knowing that there's a big spider web in here that is never addressed, and we've seen spiders put in real randomly shit place. Is there going to be a fucking spider that we have to kill here? Like this bit. Because this seems random even in the fucking main game, right? Like you've got a big hole, but no spider? Still. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how people are doing this with limited ammo. You okay? That's good Tim Tam? Is there a grenade here? Because otherwise I'm going to be boned. Fuck. Alright. I'm gonna be fucked here. This is gonna be
Getting the feeling I'm not
interesting.
wanted around here.
Oh, did I get him? 1, 2. Yep. Alright. This bit sucks even on... even on casual and standard. Yeah, right. A grenade would be real handy. Real handy. Where's this dude? Where's this dude? There he is. There might be a second one. Oh no, I killed 3. There's 4. Yeah, okay, they're all dead. Oh. Unanswered grenade. Yeah, okay. This bit's gonna be fucked, I think. Maybe not. Alright. Maybe not. Okay, I do want to... you. I do want to see if I can upgrade... Oh, I wonder if... I sell you and buy you... Yeah, I can't upgrade you, but that's okay because I'd... Okay, and then... Alright, doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I did here. I shot the red cage. You let the liquor out. Interesting. I don't know why I picked that up. I thought it was a grenade.
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly...
Yeah.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Fuck. That was a double. Alright. Okay. Get ready to type dead a lot, Zuno.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad. Death's door.
Oh, I tried to shoot. Fuck no.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Womp.
I heard you were a smartass.
So I actually haven't tried this mortal
Bad for someone at death's door.
mortal blade on him. Fuck, this double spin shit. Fuck off, dude. It's like a triple.
Target neutralized. Mission
It's like
accomplished.
1, 2, and then he does like a spin and then does another one. Ugh.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
There's basically two shots with him to get him to the next stage. So,
Not bad for someone at death's
with
door.
that,
Worry about me.
maybe.
How sweet.
Fucking. That was the same one, but the placement. The placement made it almost feel like it was a different type of attack.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
Bruh.
I heard you were a smartass.
Yeah, counter's going up, I know.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Absolute dog shit.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
No, I knew that one was going to be it.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
That's alright. That's alright. We're good. It's fun.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Hey, Widow, how we doing?
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fuck. Oh no, he's stunned. Ah. That one was good. If I didn't die, that one was gonna be good. Oops, forgot to check in after 8. That's okay, that's fine. It's all good.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
Okay, I can get 2 in.
Autograph.
I heard you were a smartass.
I got 2 in, but at what cost?
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Get parried. Get parried. Ugh. Get parried. Fuck. Mandy, no, I'm not meant to. Not meant to die at all. How am I? Probably at the the most frustrating part of the game.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Yep, we're good.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Alright, that's stage 3. Fuck! I pressed space too early. Ah,
Neutralized.
that was it. That was the one though. Was it though? Maybe.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
It's that fucking spin one. But there was a moment there where I should have made like hit him, but for some reason he blocked it that time. So that was very annoying.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Not that one? Okay. Okay, here. Yep. Good.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. I'll swing.
Fuck. I thought I could move back further. Didn't realize there was a goddamn barricade there. It's fun. It's all good.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
This one. 1, 2. Yep.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me.
Okay, that is fuck when he does that. Because it's random when he does that. Like when you parry him, he gets kind of stunned or backs up. You go in for the attack, and then all of a sudden he whips out his little karambit to block it.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
Fuck.
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
It's that one. Whatever the like.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
What? Sanity is slowly draining.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Okay, that one's all good. And then we go into this. Yep.
Not bad.
And then
for
you're gonna
someone
run.
at death's door.
I'm gonna do that.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell, dude.
Sneaky bastard.
Fucking dude. Why is that your first
Target
attack?
neutralized.
Oh,
Mission
what an
accomplished.
asshole. No, that was the furthest I got there.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
I already took damage before he hit me?
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
This number's going higher and higher.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart.
You're good? Okay. You? Yep. Number go up. Number go up.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking dude.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
Why did he...
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Good. I'm low on health though. Fucking triple spin, motherfucker. What?
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
That helps. That doesn't help me at all. Literal zero help.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
Excuse me? Thankfully, none of these count towards the the end time.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
This is the one in.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
How sweet.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Eh? Eh? Eh?
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
Whatever. Whatever.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I don't care anymore. I don't. I'm still gonna go, but I don't. I don't care.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
Let's hope, Mandy.
Not bad
Let's hope.
for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
It's not the run, Mandy. It's not. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to everyone here, Mandy. I'm sorry, that's aggressive. You didn't lie to Mandy. You didn't lie to anyone, Mandy. Oh.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart
Good.
ass.
No. Oh no, what have I done?
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about it.
Fucking hell, dude. Mandy believes in me too much. Fucking hell. Surely this is what people would fucking save the rocket launcher for, right?
I heard you were a smartass.
Because it's a one-shot. It's a one-shot. So surely people would have...
Bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about it.
It's the fucking... Is this... Why would these boxes be ammo? Why would they not be health? I was doing pretty good that one though. With low health, was doing pretty good. But why would those boxes not be fucking... I know they're just random. What's inside is random. But why would you not have these ones specifically be health?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I can't even chuck grenades down. He's just too quick.
Target neutralized.
So you've really got to fucking just melee the fucker. That's right. We can get them.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Fuck. I need to, when he starts spinning, I need to
Target neutralized.
attack him with the axe.
Mission accomplished.
Because I'm pretty sure that's how you counter that one. Stupid. Could you resolve by kissing? Maybe.
I heard you were a smartass.
Maybe. But I don't think he wants to kiss me. Fuck, Leon's just so slow with bringing the fucking axe back as well.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me.
Fucking hell. Yeah, he saves all of his energy for his quips. Yeah, if only he brought the axe back quicker, maybe we might be able to kill him. It also doesn't help that I'm going into this without health vials.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Son of a bitch. Twisty fucking...
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
We're all good. Promise it's all good. Also, I'm going to turn that down a little bit bright there. All right. So close. So close, yet so far. Yeah. This is the one. I feel
I
it.
realized I had such a big fan.
I heard you were a smartass.
I feel it. This is the one. Surely this is the one.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fuck.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Bad spleen.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Alright. This one. Yep.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Fuck hell, dude.
Worry about me. How sweet. I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me.
Why did he come out of fucking nowhere? I feel it in my elbow. Feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my bones.
I didn't realize I
Oop,
had such
that's
a big
apparatus.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Stop. Son of a bitch. Alright, cool. Somewhere to get a quote. My performance cremation. Ah.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking asshole.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I hate this guy so much as well. Alright. This one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
This one's the run.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
No one fucking does that though.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Alright, we're in phase 2.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Oh! Fucking what? What? Well, that was stupid.
I didn't realize I had such
Because I had him. I literally had him.
I heard you were a smartass.
Oh.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell.
Target neutralized.
Rolkus, what's your advice?
Mission accomplished.
Is it don't die?
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were
Phase 2. What? There's 4
not
phases?
bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. I'm sweet.
No. When as it stumble back, hold space and click. Leon makes up the room between him and not Hunk. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm holding space and clicking. That's why I'm doing. That's how I'm doing the axe.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell. It's always the
Target
the
neutralized.
3 spin
Mission accomplished.
fucking.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Oh, you mean by like that roll? Right, okay. Yeah, I was just tapping it and clicking, right. Not holding it. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. Fucking spin. Son of a bitch. What? Great heavens. Heavens to Betsy. Yeah, over 30 deaths on this fight so far. Yeah, this guy's a fucking freak.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Wow, so, okay, so it does more damage than
Not bad for someone at
regular
death's door.
hits?
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Wow, okay. Why does that do more damage? What? You weren't doing that before. And the only time that you shoot is meant to be when you do the smoke thing. What? Absolute bullshit.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Why when I went to parry, he did nothing? I would like to know. Please and thank you. I think I was doing
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
pretty well in dex
How about an autograph?
up until this point,
I heard you were a smartass.
right? I think I was doing pretty well.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
I think I was, what, on 11 or something, and now I'm at... And he's gonna do the spinny thing. No. Son of it. What? He wasn't even near me. Wasn't even near me. I was also convinced, Mandy. This is fucked.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me? How sweet.
Wait, I was at full health. Why did I get hit?
Sneaky bastard.
Fuck, can you actually, Zuna? Are they also coming through the microphone at all? I hope not. I'm not meaning for them to get loud. I am curious if my face is more red than what it was at the start, though.
I heard you were a
Seriously.
smartass. Not bad for
Come on.
someone at death's door.
Worry about me? How sweet.
Excuse me. No. No. I don't accept that. So fucking obnoxious kind of guy who tries to start inflammatory conversation by bringing up something benign like pineapple on pizza. 100%.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me? How sweet.
I got a shot on him, but I'm not actually sure if it did damage to him. Fucking hell. I'm gonna die anyway. Oh, I'm so low on health. Fucking.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me? How
I'm down for 69th death. Let's go. Jesus.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
I am actually curious though, is it best to go. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, wow. Did I skip a bunch of fucking... Fuck. Fucking hell. Oh, he's gonna... Where is he? Oh! Oh!
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission. Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Not only are the mouse clicks getting louder, but so are the exasperated moans. It's so fucked. Although, I think I was able to skip a phase by shooting him at one point.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
Support enemies.
You're a smartass.
I didn't realize support enemies were a
Not
thing.
bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. I'll sort it.
Fuck, missed him. So I still lose out on health when I parry that one where he spins. So like, what's the point in fucking parrying him? That's right. Yeah. I'm sure I'll die before you get back.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Why is... That's right. I will eat support M&Ms.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
They are good. Celebratory M&Ms. Mandy, you're too damn positive. Right now? It's great though. Thank you. Alright. This one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
I don't know if I can skip a...
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me.
I wonder if I can make it to 100.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Scotch, is the advice stop playing?
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
No, nothing like that. Okay, yeah, no, sure. Scotchy, you could always, fuck. Yep, we're good. Get it, get it.
Bastard.
You can use those thick straws to suck your M&Ms up so your hands stay clean. Holy shit. I might need that. I might... Wouldn't want grubby little mitts on the keyboard and mouse. Alright, this is the one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell. Yeah, so there's still no point in parrying that at all. Fuck. Spam it, that's it.
Sneaky bastard.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I'm picturing a big share bag of M&Ms with a straw stuck into it like a juice box. We could do that too. I think we got some big straws, right? Some of your cups, your vessels.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
You know what? Just kill me. May as well just kill me. That's such a dog fucking act. Immediately from the get-go. Just, oh. Don't do it with the peanut ones, though. Bruise the Ralph of your mouth. Ruth? Oh my god. Ruth? God, this game is destroying my sanity.
I heard you, smartass.
Bruise the roof of your mouth.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me.
Gucci?
How sweet.
Fucking hell, dude. I would like to know, how are you meant to counter when he does the spinny one? Because it's basically 3/4 of the health bar. And you can't dodge. There's no dodging in this game. It's basically you take it.
Such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Well, that's it. You only take it.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm up to this part with full health. This could be it.
Sneaky bastard.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, where are you going? Fucking hell, dude. Ah.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
It's almost like the game should end with this dude. Right?
How about an autograph?
Like, I'm playing and I've completely forgotten there's still some gameplay left
Not
after
bad
this.
for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking...
neutralized. Mission accomplished.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do? Rage quit and eat M&Ms. No. I was trying to see if there's like a just on the Steam. I just had a quick look to be like, oh, is there a fucking guide to eating this dude on?
I heard you were a smartass.
But no, everyone's like, oh, just
Not
use
bad for someone at
unlimited ammo on your rocket launcher.
How sweet.
Well, not everyone's got. I don't know how you're fucking meant to. This fucking, yeah.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
This is really making me rethink life.
I realize I had such a good fan. An autograph.
Shouldn't have gone for 2.
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet. Sneaky bastard.
Use parries and powerful attacks to make yourself an opening. There's laughter from the hallway. If you're struggling with a particular tough enemy, try shooting up your weapon and purchasing body armor. Defeat enemies and pick up tracking modules to build up credits for the supply box. If you find yourself taking more damage than you bargained for, you might want to buy some body armor. Worn out body armor can be repaired at the supply box. To survive insanity mode, head to special content to obtain new weapons and unlock advanced tuning for weapon parts. The necessary completion points, CP, can be obtained by completing challenges. Shoot gas canisters to engulf the surrounding area in an explosion. We're back to the start. None of those fucking helped me. Okay. All right.
I didn't realize I had such a good fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Such great tips. Great tips. Fucking spinny Beyblade motherfucker. How am I meant to... I don't know how I'm meant to...
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Unless I meant to parry at the right time. With that... When he does the spin. I just don't know when.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Give me the dick. Widow, he moves out of the way when you try and shoot him.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
I guess we're just... doing every attack at the same time.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Almost there. 3 away from the funny number.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Now I'm slowly losing my mind, Widow. Slowly but surely.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
I don't get it. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
that
I heard you were a smartass.
this fight is really meant for you to not be able to do it
for someone at
on
death's
one
door.
bit of on the same health without getting
How sweet.
using other health.
Sneaky bastard.
Fucking hell, dude. I blocked one, but I tried running away. To at least get some distance. But no. I blocked one of them and then he came in with the other side because that's what he does.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
I really don't. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. How? I don't.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Because if I had Health.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Health injector or something that I could heal mid-fight.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I was doing pretty well in that one too. Doing pretty well. And then he decides to one-shot me?
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
What the fuck happened there? Fucking hell. Oh, and he just did the next bit. Literally a rage game.
I didn't realize I had such a good man. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Oh wow. We just skip some steps.
Sneaky bastard.
We'll just die in one. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I don't understand how...
I heard you were a smartass.
May as well just... This one's not the one. May as well just fucking end me immediately. Like how you do every other time.
Someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
It's this one. It's that fucking attack there where he can just seems to just one-shot you. Ugh. I really don't understand. I don't get it. And I don't want to. I don't want it. I'm over it.
I heard you were a smartass.
I just want it to be done.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet. I
I don't get it. He literally just
Target
one-shots.
neutralized. Mission accomplished.
At that point, he does the smoke and then runs over. And that I haven't been able to fucking parry it. I don't think you can parry that one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Words. How sweet.
I just don't get it.
Target neutralized.
And it's probably been me for about an
Mission
hour,
accomplished.
dying and saying I don't get it because I don't understand what I'm playing it. I'm parrying. But it's not meant for, maybe we are going for 100. It's not meant
I heard you were a smartass.
for, like, you're meant to go into this with health.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me.
You're meant to go into it being able to heal. But I haven't. Can't do it. So now we're at this. Okay, we're at full health.
Sneaky bastard.
Fuck.
Target neutralized.
I had a shot on him. Had a shot, but I had to reload because
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
fucking hell. I need to reload as soon as I can, but this bit here is gonna fuck me up. This bit here?
Sneaky bastard.
Oh! Oh! I parried it. I fucking parried it. How did I parry it? And then also, what the fuck? Progress after how many tries, Andy?
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Fucking hell, dude.
How sweet.
Alright. Here, I've got the parry just as he runs up. Oh, but he didn't do the spin that time. Okay. So I guess you just gotta be lucky with the random. If he's gonna, you don't know if he's gonna fucking run up and not spin, or if But if,
Not necessary.
and the issue is, if he doesn't spin and you fucking block it, then you're too slow to block it
I heard you were smart.
in his other, when he does spin. So like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell, dude.
Sneaky bastard.
This was meant to be a chill stream, by the way.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Okay. As soon as I can, I need to reload if I survive whatever fucking this is. Well, I'm getting further.
How about an autograph?
I'm not
I
sure.
heard you were smart ass.
It's not really further. It's just the same
Not
place.
bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Yeah, this is fucked, Rolkus.
Sneaky bastard.
That was it.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
That was the one. Oh, It was not the one, but that one was.
Didn't realize I had
That
such
one
a big-
was the one.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Why are we shooting? Excuse me. Does that mean that I got him to his final stage if he was already running around shooting? I don't get it. I really don't.
Didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were smart ass.
Gotta do a sneaky shot in the back there.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Okay. Alright, sure.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Sure thing. Yep. 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 You sure got me. Yes, that was the first time.
I didn't realize I had such a good hand. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Why are you not fucking going? What is happening? Yeah, okay, I deserve that. I don't know. It's only a game. This is only a game. Did you know you can parry with the parry button to parry enemy attacks?
I didn't realize I had such a good hand. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me? How sweet.
Hey Joel, game tip, get good. Yeah. Yep.
Sneaky bastard. Get a little handsy on me.
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Now. Maybe Leon needs to be shirtless to win. Just a thought. Yeah, I need to download a mod. Maybe maybe Cuck was right. Maybe I do need to.
I didn't realize I had such a good hand. How about an autograph?
Maybe I need to install some mods.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me? How sweet.
Fucking Beyblade attack, dude. 2 Beyblade attacks in a row? What?
Target neutralized.
I'm going crazy,
Mission
guys.
accomplished.
I'm absolutely going nuts. What the fuck is happening?
I didn't realize I had such a good hand. An autograph.
I heard you were a smartass.
I'm gonna go into that second. I don't know why.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me?
Yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. I was too greedy. Maybe this is meant to teach me patience and not to be greedy. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is a self-reflection.
I didn't realize I had such a good hand. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Night, Rolkus.
Not
No.
bad for someone at death's
Everyone
door.
say night to Rolkus.
How sweet.
Yep. Fuck off. Maybe I'm just getting slower reaction times. Maybe I'm the problem.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Don't put the camera up above. Then I've got to spend time changing it.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
I don't know how he can...
Target neutralized.
I parry.
Mission
I parry, it doesn't parry. I parry, it doesn't parry. I don't... You know? I press button, doesn't do the thing.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Target
Okay.
neutralized.
Alright.
Mission accomplished.
Okay, Capcom. Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry. Just punching my fucking microphone. Alright. I've resituated. This is the one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
No. Oh, he's doing... Okay. We're here already. Okay, interesting. Okay.
Sneaky bastard.
The fucking Beyblade. Holy shit.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
This wasn't the one. Very cool. I'm
I had such a big fan.
Just kill me. That was literally a dog act. Hadn't even started yet. Hadn't even started yet. Hadn't even started. Oh, a hair splinter between his fingers. Yum.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
You know what?
I
No.
heard you were a smartass.
There's no point. Oh, what? I didn't...
Not bad for someone.
Hands
at
were off the
death's
keyboard,
door.
though. Excuse me?
How sweet.
Why did it do the thing if my hands are off the keyboard? What I want to know.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh, oh no, no, no. No, I...
Target neutralized. Mission
I
accomplished.
finished the fucking... I think I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Maybe. I will probably uninstall this if I can. If I complete this, I will uninstall it, and I don't think I'll ever touch it again.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Unless DLC. Sure. But this main game, I don't think I'll ever fucking touch it again. Alright, we're here.
Sneaky bastard. Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way.
Fucking.
Complete this mission.
Oh. So
Target neutralized.
I'm getting up to
Mission
this point.
accomplished.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm getting up to this point. No issues. Ish. It's just this smoke area, because now he's just whipping out the fucking Beyblade skills left, right, and center.
I didn't realize I had such a plan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
No, no.
Shit. Not good.
Fucking hell.
Target neutralized. Mission
That one was, I think, so close. I think that one was so close. That was fucked, though.
I didn't realize I had such a good plan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Okay.
Sneaky bastard. Get ahead of myself.
Very cool.
I didn't realize I had such a good plan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Very cool.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
Dude, is he gonna start shooting? He's just gonna start doing Beyblades.
Target neutralized. Mission
I am impressed by
accomplished.
its tenacity. Yeah, well. It's just I'm so close to the end. And this dude is beatable. It's a puzzle that I just...
Didn't realize I had such a good
I'm struggling to fucking...
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
How sweet.
Fucking Beyblade, dude. Whatever. I'm in bed and I can't look away. I'm slowly going down with this ship. Slowly.
Didn't realize I had such a good plan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
It's yelling like fishy. Yeah.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh. Hit it. Okay. Here I've got to watch out for the shooty bang bang.
Get a little handsy, aren't we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Fucking hell. Okay, this is shooty. Oop. Fuck. I think that was the closest I've been. I want to say that was the closest I've been.
Didn't realize I had such a good plan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a
I just can't
smartass.
take any damage before the smoke area, because if I do, that's pretty much it.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
Oh my god. That was literally all my health.
Sneaky bastard.
Spinny fucking Beyblades. He's going around
Target neutral.
3 different corners with that.
Mission accomplished.
Didn't realize I had such a good plan. How about an autograph?
Nanite Taters, thanks for coming in, man. I really appreciate it. Everyone say Nanite to Taters.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Fucking hell.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
By the time you see the Beyblade happening, it's too late. There's nothing you can do. Especially if you've just parried.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Okay, we're good. Okay. 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 Alright.
Sneaky bastard.
Alright. Beyblade. Absolute Beyblade.
Target neutralized. Mission
I shouldn't have been at that
accomplished.
pole. I should have been at the corner ones, because then you get a better angle of everything. You know what I'm gonna try. You know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. I don't think I can. I'm gonna waste time. It's gonna waste time. Was there anything? Oh, there's 3 injectors. Oh. Oh, where are they? Where are the injectors? There's one. There's one. And there's one. Probably should have realized that I could go back and do this. And I'm gonna do my only save. I don't care for anything else. Give me. Give me. I can't level up anything. Cool. Awesome. Alright. And on we go. Let's combine these guys, shall we? Let's just combine those. And let's just go in with this. Let's just go in with some health.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Kill me. Just kill me. Literally. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll
Cool.
complete this
Very
mission.
cool. Awesome.
Target neutralized.
Great.
Mission accomplished.
I wonder if it auto-saved coming back. No, it didn't. Okay, now I've got it all the way down. Alright, go. Okie dokie. All right. And I've still got, after this, there's still quite a bit of game left.
I heard you were a smart ass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
He is still asleep on the couch. Okay.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete
Excuse
this
me?
mission.
Oh, thank you, Lily. No, you didn't kill me, Lily. It was some stupid one shot that he did. I do need to combine this actually. Have a Sprite. I don't deserve one, Rolkus. I get one after I kill this dude.
How about an autograph?
Potentially.
I heard you were a smart ass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Good. Okay. Okay. Alright.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh my god.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
We just out here just one shotting. How did I go through 3 injectors because because he just kept on doing basic almost one shots in a row. 3 in a row.
I heard you were a smart ass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Why? Why? You're literally out here just one shot. Stop. I don't have any more health. Yeah, this is fucked. How can I get to this point with full health and no heals? But now all of a sudden, it's just like, because I have heals, he can now suddenly do these one-shots, 3 or 4 of them in a row, and I have to use all my heals. Shooting him does 0 damage, even when he's resting, or like not resting, but lying on the ground. Always. Huh. I'm not sure if that helps my situation though.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Oh my. I guess it doesn't matter. Bro, because that's what's been happening, like, half the time. He just randomly just gets a spurt of every single attack that he has, and then just does them all at once.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
You're a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Alright. So not shooting them. We're just doing that, okay. We're just doing that. Very cool. I'm just gonna run away. Very cool. Not even up to the fucking last phase yet. And he's literally... I've used all my heals. It's like the more heals I have, the more chance, or the higher the chance that he will have these one-shot kills or one-shot attacks happen in a row. Once I say one shot, they're not really. It's like 75% of the health. Ah, Jimmy, hello. How you doing? Welcome in. How you doing? Can we get a little shout out for Jimmy Thickness, Zuna? What were you playing? Hope you had a good stream. Hello, welcome everyone. I'm just meant to be doing a speed run of RE9 on insanity mode. That's not really going to plan. Hey Icepick, how you doing? Welcome in. Griffin, don't I haven't died yet actually. Haven't died. Have not died. Hey dude, I was meant to be playing Cyberpunk, but had one quick game of Vampire Survivors and well, yes. The old one quick game of Vampire Survivors. Well, was it good? Did you have good times? Died equals rage quit. Hey Doomies, how you doing? Yeah, no, I haven't rage quitted yet. But look, I think I'm into 104 deaths, 105, maybe 106. I don't know. And 90 of them have been this stupid fucking hunk dude. Hunk, whatever. He's an asshole. Yeah, I played in like haven't played in 18 months. So much has changed. Yeah, it's good when that happens. So much content to go back to. Hope Ari's good. I assume this isn't first playthrough. No, not the first playthrough, but it's definitely the last playthrough. I'm never touching it ever again after this. RE9 to be exact. No, this one dude, this one boss here, mini boss. He's not even a fucking boss. He's just a mini boss. Absolute asshole. But I'm not doing too well. Not doing too well at all. But if you need to raid and fade, Jimmy, completely get it. Thank you for bringing your community here and deciding to leave them here with whatever this is, because I don't know. I don't know what it is. Let's just do fucking spins. How about that? Huh? Let's all do spins. Let's all do one-shots. Very cool. Very awesome. It's a great game. You've seen this fight before? Yeah, it looks brutal. Yes, well, it is because I came into this fight with 12 deaths. 12. And I'm almost at that lucky 100. I thought it was 12. It might have been 11. 11 or 12. I don't know what it was. 13. I was wrong on both accounts. Yeah, so this guy is a... You'd think, statistically, one of these hundreds, I would have just got through.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. Sweet.
Chip, not now, bud. Hello, Chippy. Hello. 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 He just decided to wake up, I guess, and... I feel a bit like that with my Sekiro run. I'm in 30 deaths so far, and I feel like the boss I've just found might be the cause for doubling that at least. Yeah. Yep. Oh. What's happening? You okay? Hello. Oh, big screechies. I haven't played Sekiro. Usually these kind of games where you die a bajillion times and then one of them you get it right. I don't usually play those. And this fight is that, right? This fight sucks dick. Love my Souls games, but Sekiro is a real test of the sanity. Yeah. Well, this is a test of sanity as well. But you know, I haven't really played Souls games. I think that's a lie. I've played a little bit of Dark Souls 3. And yeah. And played, even though it's not, I guess, classed as a Souls like, I've played a lot of the Jedi Survivor games. They're relatively Souls-like, but I'm not sure if they're if they're classed as Souls-like games because they're rather on the easy edge. Okay, no, stop looking that way. Look that way. There you go. Look out into the ocean.
Didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Oh, this guy is on the highest difficulty. The insane mode. Because he's driving me fucking insane. Let's just use all my fucking... It was either heal or take a hit. So I heal. And then he comes in with another shot. What am I meant to do? Oh, heal. Oh. You've got two options, Marty. You can heal or you can get hit. Oh, I'll heal. Oh, you don't have any more heals left. Oh, well, I guess you gotta get hit. Sorry. Sorry, Marty. We just gotta kill you. Again.
How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me.
Oh, stream froze? That's okay. I died anyway.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
He's one of those enemies that talk to you. Those always rub salt. Yeah. Yep. 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 Like, it's just dumb. Right? I know it's on insane mode. I know it's meant to be hard. I know it's meant to be really difficult. But so far the rest of the game is fine. Like, the rest of it's not difficult at all. Yeah, it's challenging.
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. I'm sweet.
Not shoot. Do not shoot. Hey Bella, how we doing? I will do that when I die next. Okay, cool. 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 So we're going into this section with full health. I'm pretty sure we've got one med injector. We got no med injectors.
Get a little handsy, aren't we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete
We're just doing
this
fucking...
mission.
Yep. Okay. Very cool. Yep. Okay, that's fine. If I go here... I'm getting a drink. Getting a drink. This game sucks. Alright. There's a second chocolate pudding. Oh no, I just realized that me doing that is going to add time to it. That's alright. Have I missed anything? Whoop. Okay. Welcome in, Bella. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I was lurking in it, but how did your multi-stream go yesterday on both YouTube and Twitch? Did it go as good as you wanted it? Or were you just kind of testing it? Reload. Oh yeah, I could reload. Smart thinking. Alright. Onwards.
Didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. I'm sweet.
Did I skip a phase just then? It seems like I skipped a phase just then. What am I meant to do there? Nothing fancy, but we've gained like 100 watch hours with 4 or 5 multi-streams on YouTube. We need 1k and then 4k watch hours. Oh. That's awesome. 100's pretty good for, because I know I was lurking on the YouTube one. So I'm hoping that me lurking on the YouTube counts better than, like, it actually counts as a view, because I think I had it minimized. So yeah, hope that counted. But that's awesome though. Yeah, nice. Okay, awesome. Cool. Editing it and existing. Oh yeah, yep. Well, hope that's going well for you. I hope that's going well for you. I'll hydrate again. I have only ever seen that move on your stream. I don't know what to tell you, Rolkus. I don't. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but he seems fucking difficult. He's worse. I don't know what it is. I don't know how much longer I can do this for. I need like a break for 6 months. Fuck. No, Rolkus, it is Sprite. I couldn't. I couldn't. Oh yeah. Zuna is away at the moment. There we go. Zuna's playing with Chip, so to keep him preoccupied so he doesn't come bother me while I do this, I'm assuming. Zuna has lost interest. Probably. I heard her yawning before, so she might be ready for bed. I know I am. This was meant to be a chill stream too. I know I said that earlier, but it really was. I didn't want it to be like this. One last run before I drop my phone on my face. Mandy, go to sleep. Promise. Also, Rolkus, go to sleep. Weren't you going to sleep before? Okay, this could be it. I've got 2 or 3 health things. So this might be.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
I did it! I did it! Oh, I did it! I did it! All I needed was a little bit of Sprite.
This guy was one tough bastard.
That's all I needed.
Coming from
I
you,
just...
that's quite the compliment.
What? Don't. Oh, okay. Okay, well, at least it's here. It's fine. It's fine. It's here. That's all good. Oh my god. I thought if I had to fucking redo that whole thing again, I would probably have got my computer and thrown it off the balcony. Holy shit. Fuck. That's right. That's okay. We're good. We're good. This is better than whatever fuck that was before. Okay, we're good. Requiem comes out. Ooh. Where's this last dude? Is he there? Oh, yep, there he is.
Great sugar nearby. Time to finally get some answers.
Oh. All right. Back to getting it done. Night, Mandy. Night. Thank you so much for being here. And being here for what, 2 hours of me dying 100 times. Was that 100 or 101 deaths to that dude, by the way?
Come on.
Fucking hell. Night, Rolkus. 101. Jesus Christ. Night. Get some sleep, bud. Jeez. And now I just hope that nothing here has changed either.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Enjoy Grace with no, I have a weapon. It's just not on me right now. It's fine. It's all good. It's all better than whatever the fuck that was before. I just had to get 100 practice runs in. 100%. Jesus. Oh. But I feel like I'm a more patient guy now. I'm a different person than what I was when I started this run. There it is. Freya's needle. And you know what? Let's do this one. Let's do that. And let's get some. Perfect. On that guy, yes. Yeah, I pretty much for the whole, I got through most of the game on 13 deaths. And then that single dude, that single mini boss or whatever the fuck he wants to be called.
Can't see.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. I didn't... Yeah. Ideally, whatever. It's fine. Not amazing. Oh, yeah. Look, Bella, I didn't want to stick it out. We're good. Keep on going. Onwards. At least I don't have to deal with a liquor here anymore. That's fine. Oh. That door's locked. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. So that door stays locked. Okay. That's a little bit frustrating, but it is what it is.
All right.
Uh,
I'm not dead yet.
alright. Could probably... Oh. There should be a liquor there. Where is the liquor then? Oh, he's down here. Sure. Okay. Gotta take the dog out. We'll drop my alert, dude. Nice job, dude. I'll let you know that isn't the final boss, but thank you. Go lurk, man. Thank you so much for raiding in.
All right, Leon. Be careful. I need to get going too.
So I need health. Actually, I wonder if there's health in here. Perfect. Beautiful.
I'm good.
Alright. I'll go on and get this thing. It's a bit weird that... Oh. Bit weird that this door is locked. But I get it. Get it. We're good. Yep. Okay. Fuck off.
Get off me.
Thankfully, this is all... Fuck hell. That kills me. That's fine. That's fine. That's all good. I'm okay with that. How did you do that so quick? Zuna?
Come on.
I've been copy pasting. God dang it. Okay. Get past. That makes sense. Alright. Through the hole.
There's no getting back up.
God. So I think... I'm not actually sure where I'm at with time now. I wonder if I could pretty much just kill everything and I'd still be under the time? Interesting. You going to bed? Head hurts. Okay. Feel better. I'll be there at some point. Okay.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Good. We're just gonna kill it.
Let's see.
And the other one. No? Alright. We're good. Yeah, maybe I'll just kill them all. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Come on.
Get out of the way, Leon.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Is that support M&Ms? Gotta move them because... Thank you. Perfect. Alrighty. Don't want scrap. Let's just save there. Oh.
Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
So usually on standard and casual, you can just run past them. But I think given how everything has gone so far, I'm happy to not run past them. Couple of them breaking out. gotta save again.
I'm not dead yet.
We're just gonna go down. So at least in this first room that we've got to go to, there won't be any lickers.
All right, Leon. Be careful.
Insanity really changes this area, because before you could really just kind of run past everything. And you might still be able to, but I don't really want to do that, since I've spent pretty much 2 hours trying to kill this one dude. Easy. Oh, let's go. We'll grab this. Grab the orb. Fuck off. We're good. Is that a plant? Thank you. Alright. Now we've done this bit. We save. And then we can move to the next door. What are you doing? What's it? Got a bit of a chip. Hmm? Yeah. Oh. Exhausted. Alright. You're gonna go in with Mum for a sec. Oh. Oh. Alright. Sweet Pepper, I love him. Yeah, he's real pretty. We gave him a lot of attention today. A lot of attention. A lot of brushes. A lot of brushes. He was very soft. And then he's pretty much spent the last, I don't know, like 5 hours just to sleep on the couch. Look, that 101 death run would have been draining. Yeah. Yep. But I just want it to be, I just want to kind of get it done. Done and dusted. So, we're almost there. I think we're potentially about maybe half an hour away.
Threat level red.
everything goes well.
Storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
But it really just depends on what changes have happened. This section. That's new. There should be more then. Oh, they're just not. Okay. Okay, no, we're good. Oh, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good.
AI control center. Noah.
Grab you.
Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
Fuck. So they react and hit pretty hard then. Also, Sailor Man, where you been, Loca? Did you just take some offline time or did life get busy? Yeah, I was, okay, cool. I was lurking. I was around. I just, for a week or two there, I just took a bit of a back seat. I think I was just really exhausted from work. And I was overthinking a lot. And it got to the point where I was really kind of just like doubting everything. You know, career, personal development stuff, if I was going to do streaming, blah, 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 everything like that. So yeah, I just kind of took some time to just feel. That should kill him. Yeah, I just took some time, really. For that. And work really isn't helping at all. So, yeah, anyway. So that was that. That was that. And yeah, so that's why I kind of was a bit absent from everywhere. But I was there, I promise, I was lurking. Ooh. Fucking hell. Yeah, I was just one of those weeks. I haven't had one of those weeks in quite some time, so it was a little bit of a yeah, bit of a shock for me to run. Go, 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 go. Ooh. He's on my asshole. Ooh.
AI control center. Noah. Reboot failure. No response.
Oh. Good.
Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
Oh, the fun standard imposter syndrome. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I was kind of, because I'm working on a new game as well, I was just like, oh, fuck, why am I doing this? This is, no one's going to find it good, fun, whatever. And I realized I had to get out of that mindset for everything. So yeah. Anyway, that was pretty much last week or a week before or whatever. So super fun, super fun. But yes. Yeah, I feel that in my bones. Premium lurker here nowadays. I don't yap much. Yeah, yeah. There's only a couple places where I do yap a little. So like yeah, both yours, Bella, and Sass, and then bit of Scotches, bit of Dan. And everywhere else I kind of lurk. I pop into Holly and beer if I'm still kind of doing some dev late at night, and I generally say hey to them. Um, say hey to Shads, try to, but his chat goes pretty quick sometimes, and that's generally too much for me sometimes. um, but I try and be there for everyone that's kind of supported me as well with the night shift. So try my best. I'm so sorry I've been there so far. Yes. I think it's just the whole content creator, right? Whether it's streaming or being developer, it's just that creative industry. Figuring out what to do, I guess. Zach talks me off her ledge regularly. Yeah. Zuna's been pretty good for me in regards to that, and had a couple friends at work be pretty good. So yes, I have these moments like once every 3 months. It really sucks. It relates so hard. Yeah. You're amazing, man. You're doing great things, man. Sorry, Widow. Thank you so much. I obviously not saying it to kind of get people to, well, any of you to be like, yeah, you're amazing. What are you doing? But like, I'd appreciate it. It's yeah, yes. Your friends though, we should have taken you out for chilled ins. Sass, honestly, I was too exhausted from work. It was to a point where I would finish work at 5:30, and I would be too exhausted to get out of my chair. It was almost like if you were to be an outsider and look at it, you'd probably be like, "Wow, that's depression." But I was just exhausted, and I would just be sitting in this chair, staring at my screens, um, having whoever lurking up, and I would just be staring into the void. So I wouldn't have been much fun if we did go out for dinners. Um, yeah, it was just an off week. So yes, brain bugs be bugging. Don't listen to them. Yes, and excuse you, I'm super keen for the game. Bella. I'm not sure if I have mentioned to you. It's been a while. Um, so I think I mentioned that I was working on uh the Cat 1. And then I got to a point with that where I kind of hit a brick wall, unrelated to last week, obviously, but hit a brick wall, and I was kind of like, I'm a bit tired. I need to kind of be doing something else. Anyway, working on a horror game as well, separate. Actually, no, I think I did tell you, didn't I? Because I reached out to you about something. I think. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I meant to. Oh, is this bit of fluff? Sure is. Out of nowhere. I yap and sass and kiki a little everywhere else, but mostly lurking. Yeah. But also like don't feel bad about not chatting or lurking, you know? Yeah, no, I don't. I obviously don't want anyone to worry as well. I know the other day I was lurking, and I think FP and a couple of people in your stream, Sass, were like, "Oh, kind of worried. Haven't heard Marty. He's here, but haven't seen anything." I don't want anyone to worry. It's really just, yeah, brain be braining. But yeah, but no, I appreciate everyone that is concerned as well. It's just that level of care, which is nice, and it's just it's showing the communities that both you know, Bella, Sass, fucking Scotch, you all have, even Dan, like Dan reached out a couple times. But like you've all made such amazing communities, and yeah, I'm just blabbering on now, aren't I? It's hard because if I need time off Twitch, I think everyone will hate me for not supporting when I'm going through shit. That's 100% no. Like, yeah, you got to take the time, because if you're streaming and you feel like shit, they'll obviously show in the work that you're doing, and you know, not saying that people will be like, "Wow, Sass is really off a game," and will stop watching, but it'll start showing, and I think everyone that follows and your community and everyone that's there every day would rather both, you know, Sass, Bella, Scotch, Dan, everyone to just be looking after themselves. So I don't think anyone would hate you for taking any time off Sass. And same thing goes for you, Bella. Yeah. Yeah. You never have to apologize for prioritizing yourself. I just meant because I hadn't seen you on Insta or floating in the Discord. Yeah. 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 It was more so like, it was, we went to Lincoln Park, and that was amazing. And then I think it was the week after that. Maybe it was the week before. I forget. It was a week on either side, and it was just absolute bullshit. So, actually, can you, Azuna, Assassin Bella, do that? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Oh, hey, Ali, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome in. I was gonna turn off my PC and that, but had to chime in. Been loving the insanity run. You're killing it. Fuck that one. You're wonderful. Not everyone can make a game, and you're so talented. I cannot wait to experience it. Ali, thank you so much. I obviously have. It's, you know, the night shift isn't the best thing. There's a lot of issues with it, both, you know, in every regard. But I appreciate everyone that has kind of supported it too. And yeah, no, I appreciate all the kind words. Obviously, this isn't a cry for everyone to say any of this stuff, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ali. um, also, go to bed if you want to sleep. Go to bed, Ali. Thank you. So fair, I'm finding it hard to leave house, socialize, etc. more lately, especially when I'm bad brain day, high from world. I get it. Yeah. It was to the point where I would be, I guess, physically tired, even though my job isn't physical at all. It was just kind of like just draining every ounce of my energy. Oh, sorry. Energy was just being drained from working from home. It was honestly pretty bullshit. And yeah, I think we wanted to do, Zuna and I wanted to do a few things ourselves, but we just didn't get around to it. But this week I'm feeling much better, so yay. But you know, we should definitely do a date night. And Ali, you should definitely come up to Brisbane, and we could everyone just do one big date night. That'd be pretty fucking cool. And Scots, when you're coming up to Brisbane soon, we should all just do one massive date night. Your friends online that care about you and notice when you're not around, so that's just them doing it. Yeah, 100%. And Dan, Dan messaged on Instagram or Discord or something, and yeah, everyone's just been yeah, you love us. Yeah, I do, and Zuna does as well. Like, everyone's been so amazing since we kind of met you all at PAX, and even before that. Like, it's we each day, we at least one day. No, I don't know where I was going with that. Each day, one of us has someone on stream, and we watch, and it's just I don't know where I was going with that, but yes, no, 100%. Don't be silly. I'll never be upset or at anyone for taking time off. But if I take time off, the world will end. Oh, what was the brick wall? If the brick wall with the cat project was a technical one, let me know. No, it was more of a I guess mental being bored, more so of just kind of doing the data side of it. I just wanted something a bit more fun. So still kind of working on both. I think I mentioned to you, kind of working on both still, but yeah, I think the horror one I'm wanting sooner, ideally. So anyway, I'm kind of busy on the 12th of June for 2 days. That's right, you are. And we tried guilting Dan to come up as well with Pixel, but apparently he can't. He's got responsibilities like an adult. Whatever. Whatever, Daniel. Okay. Go. Okay. Okay, well, I highly recommend checking out Retro Rewind. Yes, no, I've, that's just come out, right? Fuck. I can hear his fucking little mitts coming up behind me. Okay, good. Doors open, I can just sneak on in. Yep. There we go. And I'm mostly happy with my template project. I'm scratching for a horror. Yeah, aren't you working on that that parody one? So badly wanted to see this run out, but I'm asleep. No, Ali, get out of here. Thank you. Thanks for just lurking. I appreciate it. Get some sleep though. Everyone say night to Ali. Everyone get out of here. Sorry, you can run past them. What the fuck? Yeah, so the liquors. Oh my god, that's new. So the liquors.
Oh shit.
Are
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, I should save here because who knows what the fuck's gonna happen. But it's pretty nerve-wracking. But yes, no, you can run past them. There's just a huge trail of them and their feet, and they just get closer and closer. What have I missed? It's pretty common with Resident Evil games. Some you can just run past, others you can't. Yeah. Also, are you going to pick the easy ending just to get it done? Yes. Yeah. So pretty much all the speedruns that I've done are from the easy one. There's been a couple that I've done, and the boss adds in standard added an extra like 6 minutes to it. Although yeah, tonight I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, so I'll just be doing the destroy Elpis, and then that's it. Hope stream has been good, dude. I'm nodding off at my desk, so gonna get some sleep. Honor, get out of here. Thank you so much for lurking as well, man. I appreciate you popping by. So you do the bad ending over and over again on purpose. Wow, okay, I see. Yes, yeah. So, I'm not sure what is classed as like speed running, like what people speed run as, but yeah, the short one, This
must be the room.
We're good. Running.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Oof. Yep. Fuck off. Shit. Okay. As he probably skips the cutscenes. Yeah, no. I have definitely skipped all the cutscenes. Every single one. Hello? Where did you come from? Oh, came from behind. Interesting.
This must
Of course,
be
gotta support the homies. I appreciate it, Honor. Get out of here. Sub properly patted up in tears.
as many of you fuckers as I can.
See, beforehand they spawned before, but I guess they don't spawn because you can just kill them. So, we'll do this. Shade Tier 2. Ali, I want to watch this.
Haven't changed much. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So in here, we just run. Oh, they're not on the ceiling? Interesting. I do not know what that was. Ooh! Oh. It's the fucking feet, man. Grenade, thank you. I need to equip them. Okay. Oh.
Security threat detected. Elevator shutdown in effect. Override key authorization. Recall. Warning. Autoclave compromised. Pod
Okay.
lockdown unavailable.
And then this bit
Memory corrupt.
could just be...
Self-repair function.
Thank you, Bella, for the hydrate. I fell asleep during death montage. Gonna switch off now. No, Marty. Nice, Scotch. The death montage is gone, by the way. No, Scotchy. Thank you for just lurking as well. Appreciate it, dude.
Offline.
I wonder if there's gonna be more of them up down.
Air thermometer. Warning.
Or if it's just gonna be these guys. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
The elevator will arrive shortly.
Oh. Really? Surely not. Huh.
Has arrived.
I'll take it. So, in the standard and casual runs, this would pretty much be it, but I'm not sure if there's going to be any surprises because it's insane. But once you've hit this part, basically, you've got to walk to the steps, then you change over to Grace, and she takes the elevator up, and then she's basically there. I think it'd be pretty dog if they added something in. Oh my god, oh. Sorry guys. Spoilers. Oh, I'm so sorry. Those ducks would probably be walking faster as well. I am curious as to how long this playthrough has been, because I think I started at the hour mark. And the playtimes at the end don't include the the runs that you've died in. So I am curious. So we've just hit just over the 7-hour mark. And I'm all curious. I'm a little curious little guy right now. Oh.
This is finally my chance to.
Wait, so it lost 4 hours of dying to that one guy. I'm not sure if it was 4 hours to that. I've died a few other times. And I've had to take longer in some areas as well. But I think the one guy, I think that was 2 hours there. So I'd be curious. Hope I can beat. Hope you can beat my 15 hours. Sass, I think it might be close. All right, we will destroy.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. I'm gonna destroy Elvis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
Come on. Okay, good luck. It's okay if you can't. Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't know. It's gonna be close. Oh. So so let me have a look. So my fastest run, actually my fastest run was on casual, 2 hours and 7 minutes. And then so 2:39 just then. So that was faster than my playthrough on standard classic by 1 minute. I think that's pretty good. I think I'm happy with that. Oh, I can get that. Cool. Next time I play, I guess, which will be never because I'm uninstalling it. Challenges. Cool. Holy fuck. All right. Just chatting. And then Twitch, and then just chatting. That should hopefully all right, I'm gonna exit that bad boy. Yeah, cool, it did change. So I got a Stream Deck Plus the other day, so I've kind of been making it all pretty, and I've got one where it changes the category to just chatting, and I wasn't sure if that actually worked, but it did. My total playtime for Requiem is 51 hours now. 51 hours. But yes, no, I'm finally uninstalling it, and it is uninstalled. Gone skis. All gone. Oh my god. Cool. I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that. World record for Insanity full game, no intro, is 1 hour 34 with intro 2 hours. Yeah, so the no intro one also is no Orphanage as well. So it's Grace's first bit in the hotel, Leon's first bit in the street, and then the Orphanage are all gone. And I think those equal that I saw a thing being listing out the times, and I think it was I should actually, while we're here, so it's not fucking boring. There we go. I think it equated to 20-ish minutes or just under 20 minutes with all of that stuff. But yeah, people are nuts with the speed running it. I'm just glad I did it. I've got 2 achievements left, and I ain't going for them. Done. Really am. Good. Go to bed so I can finish editing this video and crawl into bed. Wait, what are you editing? What game? Yes, I'm passing out when you all do. Yeah, I will. Zuna's gone to bed, and Chip is just screaming because he's in there. So we'll have to let him out. But yeah, no, thanks everyone. Fuck, who's on? Who's on that we can? Oh, fuck. Yeah, all right. Okay, let's rate out Reanimal Part 2. I have like under an hour of the edit left, so it shouldn't take more than 15. Nice. I'm in the week that my brainy wasn't braining correctly. I was like, fuck, I do want to play Reanimal. And it was probably the worst time to play it because as I'm playing it, I was kind of like, I'm not vibing it. I was really excited for it, and I probably shouldn't have played it that week because I'm about 2 hours in, I think, and for some reason I just didn't care. So I should probably go back to it now that I feel a bit better and potentially start again, maybe. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, just while you guys are here, how does this microphone sound? It's the same microphone that I had before, but I got a Elgato low profile arm. And now the microphone has been moved to a new position. But I keep on hitting it, so I might have to look at something else. I think I kind of want it to come from this side, and then I won't accidentally bump it. Good night, everyone. I got to crash. Thanks for stream. Widow, thanks for thanks for staying around and seeing that mess of whatever the fuck that was. But no, I appreciate it. Get out of here. Get some sleep. Night. Everyone say night to Widow. Sound crispy? Sounds good? Perfect. All right, I want one of those. Yeah, it's not too bad. I got to tell Scotch to not worry about it because I don't want him to feel bad, but the quality of this microphone was kind of really getting to me. And because Zuna and I are moving in June, not far, we're moving 1 block. We're moving across the road, basically. But we were thinking about having the computers in the same room. But with that, we wanted this microphone would pick up everything. So I actually got a Elgato Wave XLR or whatever it was, the dynamic one. So I've got one of those coming, but I got to tell Scotch to not worry about the one that he was going to gift me because I don't want him to think that that's anything to do with that. Anyway, but I've got one of those coming. I've got the Stream Deck Plus with the XLR deck thing at the back. So I'm kind of keen on that, but I think for the time until that arrives, which is like 3 weeks away, I was just wanting to make sure that this microphone sounded good. So I'm glad it does. But the low profile arm is pretty good. There's 2 variations. I just got the basic one. Oh, Scotch, you're still here. Scotch, get out of here. I don't want you to, yeah, I didn't want you to, I was going to message you. What are you still doing here? Yeah, no, I didn't want you to, think I didn't want it at all. It was mainly just because we're moving. I wanted to get it sorted and sooner rather than later. But I appreciate you as always. And I'm glad it can go to SAS then. SAS. But yeah, no, these low profile arms. I got one, the cheaper one, and apparently people are like, oh, it sags if you've got a heavy mic. So I'd be curious when the XLR one comes. But so far this one's pretty good. The more expensive one seems to be the pneumatic or the gas piston type of ones. So I don't know if you've got a heavier mic, Bella. I think you've got a Wave 3, right? I'm not sure how heavy that is. So yeah. Anyway, I use the low profile no sag with my Rode and metal cage. Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. Sorry, I zoned out. What? No, just about the low profile arms from Elgato or whatever. But yeah, if Scotch says that his Rode and metal cage with no sag works, perfect. Don't worry about it. But no, it's pretty good. I like it. It's good. It's good. It's good. Anyway, I feel like I'm the reason why everyone's still awake. Minus the editing side of stuff. But you guys have to do your work and I need to go to sleep. So I think we're going to do a sneaky raid to Jantha. I would have been finished an eternity ago. Bella, I'm so sorry. It's definitely my fault. I know. I appreciate everyone being here, especially through the 2-hour slug of the death after death. That was not fun. I was, literally dying. I'm gonna be honest. I might need to politely leave before raid. I'm so tired. No, get out of here, Sass. That's fine. Go get sleep. Whatever you need to do. Sass, stop it. Get out of here. Go on. Good night. But yes, let's raid out. I've got a function here. I've got to get used to using the Stream Deck. But I've got this all sorted to a button. The future is here. So we're going to raid out to Jantha. So if you're not subscribed, feel free to use the top one. And if you are subscribed, feel free to use the second one. But yes, no, we're going to raid out to Jantha. But no, I appreciate everyone that's tuned in tonight. It was meant to just be a short chill one, and then people told me that I needed to do this insane speedrun of RE9. So I blame all of them. I don't know who they were because it was voted in a poll. I'm not sure if I can check that because I'm just a Twitch baby. I don't know. Anyway, let's get out of here. Yep. I'm not going to talk anymore. So we're going to do that. And then we've got to wait a few seconds for that to happen. But no, I appreciate everyone that's tuned in. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you in another stream this week sometime. I need to balance out streaming and game dev at the moment. But that's the thing. Yes. All right, everyone. And that's going to be it. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep on rambling. So, good night, everyone. And yeah, come join me. Say hi to Jantha.